Chapter 1071. Daesan County, Zhejiang City. Zhejiang City was once known as the fourth county of Zhuang Country. After the real fourth county, Yongchang County, appeared, Zhejiang City was just Zhejiang City. It was Zhejiang City under the rule of the Daesan County chief. The reason for this was because the commander of the Zhejiang Xian armor, Duan Li, had been crippled in the Battle of Zhuangyong. Although the Zhuang court had done him a great favor and rewarded him endlessly, he was not even allowed to resign and was forcefully appointed as the commander of the Zhejiang Xian armor. However, everyone knew that this was the final glory. Although the afterglow of the setting sun was beautiful, it was about to dissipate. Duan Li no longer had the ability to take charge of the Zhejiang Xian armor. The reason why this situation was maintained was because Duan Li was loyal to the country. He was crippled because of the country. If he was replaced, the people would be disappointed. Secondly, after the Battle of Zhuangyong, there was no one in Zhuang Country who could replace Duan Li. The meat that Zhuang Country took from Yong needed time to be digested. The new generation of experts in the country needed time to grow. The experts who came from outside also needed to be confirmed of their loyalty before they could be used. Therefore, this matter was delayed. In fact, the current Zhejiang Xian armor was managed by 5 deputy generals, including Du Yehu. The Daesan County chief would occasionally come to Zhejiang City to inspect it. Everyone knew that he wanted to grasp the intentions of this strong army. Speaking of which, Du Yehu, who first climbed the Dragon Ceiling Pass, had a reputation second only to Duan Li in the Zhejiang Xian armor. On the path of cultivation, not 1 out of 1,000 survived. Even for those who survived, most of them were crippled and lost their future. Therefore, no one tried this method in the modern world. However, in the era before the appearance of the meridian unlocking pill, countless ordinary people who could not open their meridians naturally tried to open their down meridians with the courage to die. When the extraordinary cultivators who sacrificed human lives grew up, they had the strength to support the ancient human race. In today's world, with so many choices, one needed more courage to walk the path of opening their meridians. Du Yehu walked out and succeeded. Of course, he was even more admirable. The military focused on killing. They had experienced an extremely intense kingdom war, and they had fought at the most intense place. He had also successfully cleared the fog of ignorance and knocked open the inner mansion. In terms of strength, it was far superior to the current 9 Rivers Profound armor. Duan Li was already crippled, and the other deputy generals were only at the inner mansion realm. However, the strength of an inner palace realm cultivator was definitely not enough to control a strong army like the 9 Rivers Profound armor. Therefore, even with Duan Li's support, the other deputy generals were not convinced. In short, the current 9 Rivers Profound armor was roughly like this. Occasionally, they would move out together when clearing out the beasts in the territory. But in reality, they had already split into 5 divisions, each doing their own thing. Only when the higher-ups decided on a new commander-in-chief would they be able to regroup. Du Yehu couldn't care less about these things. He only wanted to drink and fight. He didn't care about anything else. Now, there was only one more thing, to visit Duan Li and drink with him. Although the doctor said that with Duan Li's current state, he couldn't drink anymore. Even when the Prime Minister came to visit, he strictly forbade Duan Li from drinking anymore. But who cares? In Duan Li's words, I'm already crippled. I don't have any interest in life. If I'm not allowed to drink, then what's the point of living? I might as well die early and reincarnate early. And Du Yehu never tried to persuade him, only drinking with him. You dog! On the table, Duan Li suddenly raised his hand and slapped Du Yehu's messy hair. I told you to drink with me, not for you to only drink my wine. 2 caddies of wine. You drank 1 caddy and a half. Where am I going to drink my bird? Although he didn't have any cultivation, his strength in hitting people was still quite strong. Du Yehu glanced at him, wiped his hair without feeling any pain. Gulp, 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 gulp down another bowl. This bastard, surnamed Duan, in the past, always told him to pay attention to his demeanor, to pay attention to his appearance, to be some Confucian general, always talking about the style of a famous general. Now that he's crippled, it's interesting. Revealing his true colors, he cursed all day long. Really interesting. Old Master Du, was open-minded and didn't bother to bicker. Moreover, this wine was indeed quite good. So he let him be. Duanli saw his unmoved reaction, and his heart was in turmoil. He cursed, "You'll ruin this little bit of pension sooner or later." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Du Yehu finally reacted. "You're not dead. What pension? That's called bestowing." Bestowing his mother. I exchanged it with my life. Duanli suddenly exploded. His face was red, and it seemed like his eyes were also red. Just fucking exchange for this little bit. His outburst was a bit inexplicable, but it wasn't sudden. He was someone who truly had hope of breaking through the mortal lifespan, someone who had the chance to become a god. He was also someone who was truly loyal to the country, willing to lay down his head and shed his blood. But he shouldn't have been tricked. Good. Du Yehu patted his back like he was coaxing a child, casually saying, "Wine and meat pass through the intestines. Worries go with it. Come, drink. You fucking only know how to drink. Wineskin, good for nothing." Duanli fiercely scolded him, lifted his bowl, and poured the wine into his stomach. He continued to scold. "My 9 rivers profound armor is going to be ruined by you bastards." Du Yehu wiped the spittle on his face and poured him another bowl of wine, continuing to say half-heartedly, Yes, truly hateful." He lifted his own bowl. "Come, old Duan, let's drink another bowl." Duan Li's face was completely red, and he fiercely glared at him for a while. Seeing that Du Yehu had already drunk his 3rd bowl, he scolded, "I really don't know how I was blind back then, and still wanted to give you the 9 rivers profound armor." He even suddenly had a bit of a sobbing tone. "You used to call me Lord Duan. Now you call me Old Duan." Du Yehu was truly helpless. "You told me when we were drinking the day before yesterday that we'll call each other brothers in the future, and that I should call you Big Brother Duan. I said that wasn't good. You said I should call you Old Duan. You forgot so quickly?" Duanli swung his hand, stood up, and acted like a drunkard. "Can the words spoken on the table be counted?" Okay, it can't be counted. Lord Duan, this tiger was wrong." Du Yehu hurriedly pulled him back to his seat. "I'll apologize to you. Come, I'll drink first as a sign of respect." He raised his head and cleanly downed a bowl. After gulping it down, he wiped his mouth and said, "I'll drink 3 bowls in a row as a sign of apology." Then he began to pour wine again. "Stop it for me." Duanli slapped the table, and all the wine and dishes on the table flew up. "Do you think I drink too much? You want to take this opportunity to steal my property? Mother asterisk cur, have you gone crazy from drinking?" Du Yehu regretfully glanced at the wine jar and felt that he had more or less accompanied him today and should go back to sleep. Isn't life just drinking, sleeping, and killing? Thus he said, "Look at what you're saying. Then let's stop here for today. I'll accompany you next time." Finished speaking, he got up, patted his butt, and was about to leave. It could really be said that he came in an unrestrained manner and left unhurriedly. When he came, his hands were empty, but when he left, his stomach was full. "Stop right there." Duanli shouted to stop him. Du Yehu helplessly turned around. What now? After Zhuangyang's war, Duanli was always like this, throwing a drunkard's tantrum and throwing a tantrum. In his early years, he focused on the 9 rivers profound armor and didn't marry or have children. Now that he was crippled, his temperament changed drastically, and there was no one close to him to take care of him. No one cared about the general who was now a cripple, so Du Yehu could only reluctantly visit him often. However, when it came to taking care of people, he was indeed not good at it. He just accompanied him to drink, and at the same time, he could also satisfy his craving for alcohol. No matter what, he was still an official deputy general and had a bunch of brothers under him. His small amount of salary was all distributed. He could still afford to drink, but it was a little difficult to drink such good wine. Duanli stood shakily and pointed at him. "I can deny what I say when I drink, but you can't. No matter when you say it, you have to admit it." Du Yehu scratched his head and said perfunctorily, Yes. He took a few steps forward. "Come, Master Duan, Let me help you to the bed to rest. Stop right there. Don't come over. Duan Li reeked of alcohol. I haven't told you what to admit. You could only stop. I'll admit everything, okay? Master Duan, you've been drinking for the whole day, and the sky is already dark. You should sleep. You should sleep. Duan Li spat. I'm very sober. If it was someone else, regardless of their status, Tiger Du would have given him a big slap. Old Master Du, never spoiled anyone. Only Duan Li. Ever since he entered the Nine Rivers profound armor, he had always taken care of him. He drank, fought, caused trouble, slept day and night, and often disobeyed military orders on the battlefield due to his murderous intent. It was Duan Li who had helped him suppress these matters one after another. He had even made an exception and promoted him to Deputy General of the Nine Rivers profound armor. It was not an exaggeration to say that his debt was as heavy as a mountain. Du Yahu sighed. Yes, I said something wrong. Please calm down. Do you want me to punish you with another bowl of alcohol? What answered him was a military boot. Scram for me. Du Yahu tilted his head and laughed as he walked out. Scram right now was exactly what he wanted. You stop right there. Duan Li shouted again. Du Yahu helplessly stopped. What's wrong, my master Duan? Speak. Duan Li suddenly curled his lips, his face full of the smell of alcohol, and had an aggrieved look. I don't care what I want you to do. You have to promise me. The once awe-inspiring Nine Rivers profound armor commander with a bright future had become like this today, drowning his sorrows in alcohol every day, throwing a tantrum. It was impossible to say that Du Yahu did not feel uncomfortable when he saw this. But there were too many things in this world that made people feel uncomfortable. So what could he do? There was nothing he could do. He would never be able to do anything. Only drinking, sleeping, and killing. Only letting the strong alcohol pass through his intestines, hoping to be taken away. I promise you, Du Yahu said in a muffled voice. You swear? Duan Li glared at him like a tiger watching its prey. Du Yahu sighed. I swear. Duan Li said again. You swear. Fine. Du Yahu was extremely helpless. I swear. Say it. Duan Li seemed to be at odds. If you don't do it, your whole family will die. Say it. I'll do anything. Du Yahu only thought that he was throwing a tantrum and coaxed. If I don't do it, my whole family will die. In any case, his whole family would have died long ago. Duan Li paused for a while, seemed to think, and said, Add one more. If you don't listen to me and do it, you won't drink for life. Du Yahu stared with round eyes. Old Duan, aren't you too vicious? Ha ha ha. Duan Li laughed with his hands on his hips. After laughing, he repeated, Swear. Today's Duan Li had a strange stubbornness. Not sure if it was because he drank too much or because he felt too wronged. He could only torment people like this. Du Yahu said helplessly, If I don't listen to you and do it, I won't drink for life. Is that enough? Hurry up and sleep. No. Duan Li waved his hand. You agreed too readily. No sincerity. I want to change the oath. He extended his finger and circled it in the air for a long time. Finally, as if he suddenly thought of something, he pointed at Du Yahu and said, Swear, if you don't listen to me and do it, your dead brothers won't be reincarnated. Du Yahu's face sank for the first time. You're going too far. The atmosphere in the room became very heavy. But Duan Li only stared at him drunkenly, yet stubbornly, as if he had to make him agree. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it for you with my life. Anything is fine. I owe you. But there's no need to say these words. Du Yahu turned around and walked out. I hope you're only drunk today. What do I want you to do? Duan Li suddenly roared behind him. You're such a thing that doesn't take your life seriously. What's the value of your life? Do I care? Then what do you want me to do? Du Yahu turned around like a furious lion and walked in front of Duan Li in a few steps and grabbed his collar. Are you wronged? Are you angry? You were tricked into risking your life on the battlefield, risking your life for people to watch a show. In the end, you became a good-for-nothing, yet you didn't dare to say anything. Do you want me to help you take revenge? He let go of Duan Li and pulled out the military knife at his waist and walked out with a murderous aura I'm going to examine right now. Fuck you. Duan Li grabbed his arm from behind, but not only did he not grab it, he was brought down here instead. Bang, 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 bang. A chair was crushed, a table was knocked down, and a wine jar was smashed. Half of the leftover wine and dishes were poured over his head, making him look so miserable. This was once the top figure in the Zhuang country's military, the Nine Rivers' profound armor commander Duan Li, who was only below Huangfu Duanming. Du Yehu had already rushed to the door aggressively, but now he had no choice but to stop. His killing intent was completely gone. He sheathed his knife, turned around, and peeled off the wine and dishes on Duan Li's head and face, and helped him up. I promise you, Du Yehu said in a low voice, no matter what you want me to do, I promise you. I swear a venomous oath, the most venomous oath. He paused for a moment and said, in any case, in this world, I have nothing to worry about. Duan Li looked at him. At this moment, there was no longer any drunkenness in his eyes, and he was no longer drunk. He looked straight at him and said, Yehu, I don't have a son, and I see you as a son. I've become like this today, hated by everyone, hated by ghosts, and only you are willing to go along with me, coax me, and listen to me. This general, who had once used up his last bit of Tao energy and Qi and blood to chase after his opponent on the battlefield of Zhuangyong, shook his head and said very solemnly, I don't want you to risk your life for me. I want you to risk your life for yourself. He growled, promise me. Maybe because he drank too much wine, Du Yehu felt that his throat was a little dry. He realized that Duan Li might not have been drunk from beginning to end. Tonight's conversation might change everything. But how could he refuse? His father was a butcher, and he died very early. The man in front of him, who was weak beyond recognition, had indeed played the role of the missing father for a very long time, and had always protected him. I promise you, Du Yehu said, using my brothers who died in Maplewood City, using their peace after death as an oath, I promise you. But Duan Li's first words almost caused him to lose his footing. Not all of your brothers in Maplewood City are dead. What did you say? Du Yehu grabbed Duan Li's arms and stared at him with an incomparably serious gaze. What did you say? Facing such a gaze, Duan Li knew that if he was joking today, then the friendship between him and Du Yehu would come to an end here. Sit down and talk. Duan Li tried to calm him down a little. Du Yehu let go of his hands. In that instant, his arms were almost broken. Duan Li swung his arms, and there was nothing to be particular about. He casually found a place to rest his feet and sat on the ground. Du Yehu followed suit and also sat on the ground, his eyes still tightly staring at him. Duan Li sighed and said, Today, someone came to find me and told me a piece of news. Don't ask me who that person is. I promise to keep a secret. He also paid attention to Du Yehu's expression and slowly said, in this Yellow River meeting, the intermansion stage participant of the Eastern Region Qi is called Jiang Wang. Du Yehu deeply closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened them. Impossible. He shook his head. If old Third didn't die, there's no way he wouldn't contact me. Although he was denying it, his lips trembled a little. Duan Li looked at him with some heartache. Looking at this seemingly anxious, but actually very pure and simple young man. If you can think about it, why did I first force you to swear that kind of poison oath before I was willing to tell you the news? You should know that this is true. Du Yehu didn't speak for a while. The fall of the Maplewood City region was already unclear to begin with. The sudden death of the old city lord, Liu Yan, was also one of the suspicious points. But in the entire Maplewood City, apart from Dong, there was no other living person and no evidence. He could only believe whatever Dong had said. Then since Jiang Wang was still alive, why didn't he come to him? Why did he run all the way to the Eastern Region Qi? The answer to this question was actually not difficult to guess. Duan Li continued. During the Kingdom War last year, Dong was stabbed to death on the streets of Exine. The person who killed him left behind a piece of jade. It was the jade that Dong used to wear. Others don't know who that piece of jade belongs to. I think you should know. Yes, of course Du Yehu knew. In the letters that Jiang Wang sent to him later, he showed off more than once, saying how highly the dean valued him, how outstanding his talent was, how he would protect his brothers in the future, and so on. Although he didn't have time to see with his own eyes what the jade that kid showed off looked like. But there was probably nothing else that could be connected to Dong A. The wine and dew, Yehu's blood was all awake. But there was a fire burning in his heart. The wine was all poured on the fire. It was burning hot, painful, and furious. So the destruction of Maplewood City was a conspiracy. It was related to Dong A, and it was also related to the Emperor. Therefore, my third brother ran to the eastern region's Qi kingdom alone to seek revenge. So he refused to contact me because he was afraid that I would be impulsive and ruin things. Du Yehu gritted his teeth as he spoke. He tried to get up. Duanli held him down fiercely and said in a stern voice, "Have you forgotten the oath you made?" Du Yehu was stunned. His third brother was alive and wanted to take revenge alone. But his eldest brother and fifth brother were no longer here. He had just made a solemn oath on their peace after death. He sat there in a daze and lowered his head. His face was full of whiskers, probably very good at hiding his emotions. He covered his face with his big, calloused hands. The veins on the back of his hands bulged, and his body trembled, but he didn't make a sound. Duanli was silent for a long time, then patted his shoulder and said, "Dong A once told me something. She said that if the secret of Maplewood City was exposed one day, I would kill you. Now that Jiang Wang appeared at the Yellow River meeting, it means that this secret can't be hidden. At least in your place, it can't be hidden." With Du Ruhui's ability, he must have destroyed all the clues. The whole world may not believe Jiang Wang, but I think you will. Du Yehu slowly calmed down, but he still didn't raise his head. His voice full of hatred came out from between his fingers. "What the hell is going on? Those hundreds of thousands of people, my brothers. Maplewood City, what the hell is going on? The Whitebone Path wants to use hundreds of thousands of people in Maplewood City to refine the Whitebone True Pill. The Imperial Court has long known the clues. Zhuang Gaoxian has been hiding in the palace to recuperate. The Zhuang state has been dormant for many years. He needs this Whitebone True Pill to recover from his injuries and break through the truth. So including Du Ruhui, Huang Fuduanming, and Dong A, they acquiesced to the tragedy. That's what happened," Duanli said. Du Yehu removed his hands and raised his head. Duanli saw that his eyes were bloodshot, and it looked like they were blood red. "I want to kill them." Du Yehu gritted his teeth and said, "Old Duan, I must kill them. I want each and every one of them who participated, cut them to death. But you can't kill them. You can't kill anyone," Duanli said calmly and cruelly. Du Yehu's entire body was trembling. It was extreme hatred. "Even if I die, I will bite off their flesh. Even if you die, you can't harm a single hair on their heads." Duanli interrupted him. "You have to live, Tiger. You promised me that you would live," Duanli said. This Jiuzhang profound armor commander, who was once awe-inspiring and was now a cripple, sighed and said, "The person who sent the message to me must have hoped that you could escape from here. But you can't escape." He said, "You can't escape, Du Yehu. A Jiang Wang escaped, a Zhu Weiwa escaped. Zhuang Gaoxian, that kind of harsh and merciless person, won't let you escape. From here to Qi, it's too far. You can't escape. There's only one way." He slowly lowered his head and hugged Du Yehu, like a father hugging his son. They were head to head. "There's only one way," Duanli said slowly. This was the room that was full of crying and making noise today. This was the room that drove away all the attendants, leaving only the two of them to drink. This room that was scorching, tormenting, and burning with some kind of emotion. It seemed that at this moment, it finally quieted down. After a long time, "What bullshit method?" Du Yehu suddenly said in a painful voice. But it was immediately suppressed by Duan Li's even sterner voice. "Think about the oath you swore." Chapter 1072. The entire world was paying attention to the Battle of the Yellow River. For all the countries that were interested in the Battle of the Yellow River, the participants from the 6 superpowers were naturally the focus of their attention. However, the world was so vast that not all countries had the ability to observe the world. In a sense, the ability to gather information was a reflection of a country's strength. Qi Qinziqing was able to know the participants of Qin Shu and Jingmu like the back of his hand. Even the details of a particular battle could be gathered and restored as long as it was revealed in front of others. This in itself showed how powerful Qi was. For a country like the Zhuang state that was advancing from a small country to a regional superpower, its military might have temporarily kept up with a portion of its strength. However, the ability to gather information about the world was not something that could be achieved in one step. This required a long time to build. In fact, much of the Zhuang state's information about the world came from the Jing state or Mount Yujing. The current Emperor Zhuang was an ambitious person, and the Prime Minister Zhuang was also very capable. Naturally, they would not be satisfied with this. However, to be honest, with the Zhuang state's current strength, it was difficult for them to spread their information to the eastern region. The information that could be obtained slightly faster was like Qi Mieyang. Xiong Tu led the Qiu offense army to battle, and Yang Jin to die for the country. Qi Xia fought at Jianfeng Mountain. In short, it was a rough idea. Compared to the Jing state, the information that the Zhuang state received was much simpler and much later. Even among the Taoist countries, the Zhuang state was not the most obedient. Zhuang Changxian was used to being ruthless, and the current Zhuang Gaoxian was also not an obedient person. Therefore, in terms of information, the Zhuang state lagged behind the Taoist countries. The Zhuang state's information work was previously handled by the Deputy Prime Minister Dong A. After Dong A's death, there was still no replacement for the position of Deputy Prime Minister. As the last disciple that Dong A entrusted, Li Jianxiu had been helping out with government affairs. Now, he was still handling some of the matters with Dong A's former subordinates. This was supported by the Prime Minister Du Ruhui. The main reason was, of course, to stabilize the political transition. Secondly, it was a kind of remembrance of the Deputy Prime Minister. No matter what other people said, Du Ruhui's high regard for Dong A had never changed. He hoped that Dong A would become the next Prime Minister. Everyone in the court knew this. Of course, Li Jianxiu and the others could no longer interfere in many important national affairs. Although he did not appoint another deputy prime minister, the remaining responsibilities of the deputy prime minister were slowly being handed over. However, during this period of transition, Li Jianxiu was currently in charge of the Zhuang nation's intelligence outside the western region. Speaking of which, there was a lot of power and responsibility, but that was just speaking of it. This was because Zhuangwu didn't have the ability to gather information outside the western region. At this moment, Li Jianxiu was walking in the Merciful Heart Palace. This hall was where the great Zhuangren Emperor Zhuang Mingqi used to handle government affairs. Perhaps out of remembrance, the current emperor often discussed matters in this hall. Looking at the 3 generations of Zhuang country rulers, only that Emperor Ren could be said to be merciful. In terms of merit, Zhuang Taizu's founding of the country, Jin Di's great victory over Chang Yong, and his progress in expanding the land could all be considered dazzling. But to say something disrespectful, the hearts of the people were always on Emperor Ren's side. After the eunuch in the hall passed the message, Li Jianxiu walked into the hall. His peach blossom branch was outside the hall, so at this moment, the left side of his waist was empty, while the right side of his waist hung a green jade pendant. When he walked into the hall, the Zhuang emperor was discussing something with the deputy prime minister. Li Jianxiu followed the rules and didn't listen carefully. In terms of diligence, apart from the time when he deliberately hid in the palace, the current emperor didn't lose to anyone. In terms of political and martial arts, he was worthy of the title of mighty ruler. He had indeed personally raised the status and influence of the Zhuang nation. Jianxiu is here? The Zhuang emperor looked at Li Jianxiu and smiled. What's the matter? Du Ruhui put down the file in his hand and looked over warmly. In the Merciful Heart Palace, apart from the Zhuang emperor, only he could sit. Dong A's actions before his death made the current Zhuang nation's higher-ups think highly of Li Jianxiu. Allowing him to participate in the Yellow River Gatherings competition was proof of that. However, to reach Dong A's level, he still needed a lot of time and effort. It was impossible for him to take over the position of deputy prime minister now. The next job that Du Ruhui arranged for Li Jianxiu was the position of the city lord of Yongchang County, which was north of the Qichang mountain range. If he could manage the government and the people, his future would be limitless. Dong A had also returned from his training as the dean of the city Dao Academy. That was how he rose to the position of deputy prime minister. The position of the city lord and the dean of the city Dao Academy were of the same rank. However, under the situation where their abilities were similar, the position of the city lord was still higher. Li Jianxiu's starting point was already higher than Dong A's. Now, his disciple had inherited his master's legacy and was participating in the great cause of the Zhuang nation. In the future, it would be a good story. This matter would only be officially brought up after all the matters in the deputy prime minister's office were handed over. However, the expectations he had for Li Jianxiu were also evident. Currently, the Zhuang nation had a gap in the number of outer sect experts who had the potential to be a god. However, there were still some talents in the younger generation. Zhang Run, the chancellor of the National Dao Academy, had high hopes for Fu Baozong. Because of Dong A's request before his death, the head of the criminal division and Du Ruhui both valued Li Jianxiu. Zhu Weiwa was previously thought highly of by all the higher-ups. Only Dong A did not approve of him. After Zhu Weiwa committed treason, Dong A's judgment became more convincing. Then, there was the Nine Rivers mysterious armor commander Duan Li. He simply treated Du Yehu as his own son. However, with his current state, his words did not have much weight. The White Feather Army commander Hibadeo did not even have time to find a successor. Great General Huangfu Duanming did not express any preferences. He also did not have any outstanding children. He only followed the orders of the emperor. Other than that, many people, including the emperor, had high hopes for Lin Zhongren. Among the younger generation of the Zhuang nation, there might only be a few people who would stand at the top in the future. Of course, Diahu could be ignored. It was not only because the people who supported him had lost their weight. Hearing the Zhuang emperor's question, Li Jianxiu bowed and said, "I have already sorted out the list of opponents worth paying attention to in the Battle of the Yellow River. Other than the information given by the Jing nation, there are also some of our own conclusions." As he spoke, he handed over a booklet. The Zhuang emperor took it and looked at it. He praised, "Not easy." It was indeed not easy. In the list that Li Jianxiu handed over, other than the participants of the six great powers, there were also countries like Wei, Xia, Chu, and He. Although most of the information was not complete and was limited to names and cultivations, with the Zhuang nation's intelligence network outside the western region, it was not hard to blame them for being able to sort out to this extent. Li Jianxiu said, "Jianxiu does not dare to slack off." The Zhuang emperor casually glanced at it and was about to hand it over to Du Ruhui when his hand paused. There was no expression on his face. He asked casually, "Qis Jiangwang is from the Zhuang nation?" "Yes, your majesty." Li Jianxiu was also expressionless. Combined with the Jing nation's information, this person should be my junior martial brother when I was in the Maplewood City Dao College. "Oh, interesting," the Zhuang emperor said faintly. There was still no expression on his face. He only handed the booklet over to Du Ruhui. "Minister, take a look." Du Ruhui took it without batting an eyelid. He said, "Jianxiu, you have worked hard. Go and rest. You have just opened the inner mansion. You need to consolidate your cultivation. Do not be careless. Thank you for your concern." Li Jianxiu bowed to the Zhuang emperor. "I will take my leave." He then turned around and left the Hall of Compassion. When his thin figure disappeared outside the hall, Du Ruhui did not mention the information in the booklet. Instead, he said casually, "Dong, it did not hide the matter of Maplewood City from him. He has already made the right choice between his country and his home." Zhuang Gaoxian did not comment. He only said, "Combined with the time of his arrival, this Jiang Wang seemed to have left Maplewood City when that incident happened. How could a mere student of the Dao College escape under such circumstances?" Du Ruhui was a smart person. He mentioned Li Jianxiu because he was worried that the emperor would be displeased. Just mentioning it once was enough. Considering the emperor's heart, if he repeatedly emphasized it, it would easily annoy the emperor. Du Ruhui followed the topic and said, he must have concealed his identity. Or rather, he concealed his strength. He is now in the inner mansion realm. If he participated in the gathering of the Yellow River, then he must have left Maplewood City before the lifeless nullification formation was fully activated. At that time, our attention was focused on the Whitebone path. Therefore, we neglected this person. This deduction was very simple. An inner mansion realm cultivator could not escape from the lifeless nullification formation. Du Ruhui continued. Previously, I deduced that there was still someone alive in Maplewood City. Moreover, this person killed Dong A. Now, it seems that this Jiang Wang is the culprit. Zhuang Gaoxian only said, if he killed Minister Dong, then he must know the truth about Maplewood City. Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. Du Ruhui understood his emperor's student very well. He said slowly, the Battle of Maplewood City was the battle where you wiped out the evil sect. Everyone in the Zhuang Empire worked together and thwarted the evil god's conspiracy. Although there was a certain amount of sacrifice, the Whitebone path was completely wiped out after this battle. Even if this Jiang Wang can participate in the gathering of the Yellow River and can compete with Qinjiao, he still has the Qi department to support him. Therefore, it is not enough to change the nature of the matter in Maplewood City. That matter is already in the past, forever in the past. Zhuang Gaoxian naturally understood this. However, he asked again, can we investigate this Jiang Wang's background now? Is he a native of the Zhuang Empire? What is his hidden identity in the Zhuang Empire? Du Ruhui smiled bitterly. Maplewood City is completely gone. Even if we take it back from the crack of the netherworld, Jiang Wang won't be able to find any evidence to prove the so-called truth. At the same time, we can only obtain some simple information from the people who came into contact with him. It is impossible to find out his hidden identity at that time. Of course, the existence of this person Jiang Wang could be confirmed. During the Dao discussion of the three cities, many people from other cities knew Jiang Wang, especially the cultivators from Tri-Mountain City. In addition, Li Jianxiu also had some contact with Jiang Wang. However, if they wanted to dig deeper and find out why he was able to escape from Maplewood City and how he knew the truth, it would be impossible. It would be no different from a fool's dream. Maplewood City was completely destroyed. Nothing was left behind. Maplewood City, Maplewood City. Zhuang Gaoxian repeated softly. After thinking for a while, he suddenly asked, is that Du Yehu still reliable? Du Ruhui sighed. Not everyone can choose between their family and their country. Dong A and Li Jianxiu are already rare. I don't know General Du Yehu, so I can't help your Majesty. When it came to matters related to Maplewood City, between Li Jianxiu and Du Yehu, he could only protect Li Jianxiu. He was also Dong A's last disciple and had inherited the endless divine ability, Dong A's ideals, and carried her trust. He valued this kind of Li Jianxiu greatly, whether it was for public or private reasons. The intelligence report about the Yellow River Conference that both of them had already seen was on the table. Zhuang Gaoxian picked up the booklet and casually handed it over. He ordered, give this intelligence report to Lin Zhengrun as it is. Tell him to think about it carefully. Naturally, a young eunuch came forward, took the booklet with both hands, and hurried away. Zhuang Gaoxian smiled at Du Ruhui. Since Lin Zhengrun has an appointment with me, this time I want to see what kind of results he can bring to the Yellow River Conference. I think he won't dare to disappoint your Majesty, Du Ruhui said. Zhuang Gaoxian suddenly sighed, then continued the previous topic. General Du Yehu was the first to reach the Dragon Ceiling Pass. He is a brave warrior and a meritorious official of the country. He said, he has to be honorable. This was the end for Du Yehu. As for whether he would commit suicide, die of drunkenness, or relapse of his old injuries, the last way to die was probably the most honorable. At the Zhuangyong battlefield, Zhuang Gaoxian summoned Du Yehu, but he didn't come. However, at that time, Zhuang Gaoxian didn't care about Du Yehu's rudeness at all. He even called him a brave warrior and told him not to be too harsh. He didn't lack the means to be a wise ruler. At this time, if Du Yehu showed any signs of instability, he wouldn't allow him to continue to hold military power. At the same time, he wouldn't allow this person with a certain foundation in the military to leave the country. This was the heart of the emperor. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happened, Du Yehu's end was already decided. In fact, Zhuang Gaoxian still didn't know about the friendship between Du Yehu and Jiang Wang. Once he knew, he probably wouldn't have any honorable face. Du Ruhui thought about it, but didn't try to persuade him. He only said, "I'll have someone make the arrangements." "Teacher, you make the arrangements yourself." Zhuang Gaoxian looked at him. "I don't feel at ease leaving this matter to others." Du Ruhui was about to reply. Suddenly, a guard in front of the palace rushed in and reported urgently, "Your Majesty, Zhejiang Black Armor Commander Duan Li plotted to commit treason. Deputy General Du Yehu personally captured him and has been detained outside the palace gates." Zhuang Gaoxian raised his eyebrows, his killing intent rising. Du Ruhui also lost his composure. "What did you say?" Zhejiang Black Armor Commander Duan Li's loyalty was known throughout the country. He and the White Feather Army Commander Hibadeo risked their lives to delay Yang's Marquis Qingde, Liang. This created an opportunity for the Zhuang Emperor to kill Yang's retired Emperor, Hanin. After this battle, Hibadeo died and Duan Li was crippled. This glorious deed was known by everyone in the Zhuang country. How could such a loyal and courageous person betray the country? How could he betray the country? The guard in front of the palace who reported the news knelt on the ground, terrified. Fortunately, Du Ruhui quickly controlled his emotions and asked directly, "Which gate?" "North. North Gate." The guard in front of the palace replied. When he looked up again, the Minister of State and His Majesty were already gone. As the Emperor and Minister of State, they always paid attention to their manners. After all, they were the role models of the Zhuang country subjects. When were they not respectful and dignified? In the past, when the Zhuang country was weak, Du Ruhui often moved to the south and turned to the north. Relying on the so close, yet worlds apart ability, he could be used as many people. Now that Zhuang Yong had made a name for himself in this battle, it was rare for him to be so anxious. But no matter what, Du Yehu, who had personally carried Duan Li outside the Zhuang palace, finally saw the Emperor Zhuang again. Du Yehu, who had a full beard and firm muscles and a rough appearance, was undoubtedly in line with people's imaginations of a strong warrior. At this moment, he was holding Duan Li in one hand and standing silently outside the Zhuang palace. It was undoubtedly painful. Compared to Duan Li, who was still struggling, his expression looked even more desperate. When Du Ruhui stepped forward, the figure of the Zhuang country's ruler appeared outside the north gate. The White Feather Army soldiers guarding the gate all held their breaths in concentration. Du Ruhui only looked at Duan Li at first glance. The old minister's eyes were somewhat sorrowful. "Why?" he asked. Duan Li's throat had been sealed by Du Yehu's true essence, so he couldn't make a sound before. Du Ruhui lowered his voice and said with some anger, "Let him speak." Du Yehu then let go of his hand and let Duan Li fall to the ground. Duan Li wasn't tied up. He was already a cripple, so he didn't need to be tied up. He couldn't cause any harm to the state minister or the Zhuang emperor. This was also the reason why Zhuang Gaoxian and Du Ruhui never thought that he would betray the country. Wasn't it good for a person who had no future to speak of to enjoy riches and honor? He had lost all his cultivation, so where could he betray? He could meet a ferocious beast anywhere, and he would be done for. But Duan Li asked why. He looked at Du Ruhui and the Zhuang country's ruler behind him and said with a smile, "You're actually asking me why?" "General Duan." Du Ruhui shook his head. "I hope this isn't true." Duan Li looked at Du Yehu with hatred, but Du Yehu stood there lifelessly and didn't say anything. So he turned back and said with a smile, "No, this is true. I brought the defensive layout map of Yongchang County. I brought the roster of military spies. I brought all the core secrets of the Zhejiang Profound Armor." he said sternly. I want to bring all of them to Yone. All these things that Duan Li had mentioned were in the hands of a palace guard. At the same time, there was a storage box that was almost damaged. Judging from the traces, Duan Li probably wanted to destroy it when he was captured, but was stopped in time. The person who stopped this could only be Du Yehu. There were both witnesses and evidence. This was probably the reason why Duan Li didn't deny it, and instead acted like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. But even though he understood, Du Ruhui still couldn't accept it. He looked at Duan Li with a pained expression. General Duan, I didn't think, he said angrily. Hasn't His Majesty treated you well enough? Although you've been crippled, you haven't lost your position. You're still the commander of the Zhejiang Profound Armor. You're given armor and your salary is increased by 30%. Do you know that His Majesty is still discussing with me today to bestow you the position of Count? If it were the Duan Li of the past, he would be in tears by now. But now, he only wanted to laugh. Deceiving a subordinate and sending him to his death was this generous treatment. He hadn't lost his position, but his real power had been stripped away in the name of taking care of the body, hadn't it? Bestow me armor? I'm already a cripple. What can I do with the armor bestowed by His Majesty? Visit Hibadeo's grave? As for the so-called discussion about the position of Count, wasn't it just your mouth, Duruhui? Who the F***CK knows if you've discussed it or not? The Kingdom War ended so long ago, and now you're talking about bestowing a title. Do you think I've always been that stupid? Duan Li wanted to laugh wildly, wanted to curse out loud. But just as expected, he was already unable to speak. Not only could he not speak, but he also lowered his head deeply. Tears rolled down his cheeks uncontrollably. It looked like he was regretting his mistakes and was extremely ashamed. As for Du Ruhui, he turned around and continued to play alone. The Prime Minister of Zhejiang knelt down in front of the monarch and said sorrowfully, Duan Li served the country all his life and was muddle-headed for a moment. Although he committed an unpardonable crime, this old official begs Your Majesty to leave him a complete corpse and cover up this matter. Don't harm his reputation. The monarch of Zhejiang sighed deeply. How can I remain indifferent when the Prime Minister is so sad? I'll allow this memorial. Although the title won't be bestowed, the title won't be taken away. It can be considered as Zhuang Yong fighting side by side on the battlefield to complete this friendship. This old official thanks Your Majesty for your kindness. Duruhui kowtowed deeply. Then, he got up and pulled out the saber of Palace Guard. He walked a few steps to Duan Li and half knelt down, half supporting him. One stab through the heart. This series of actions was clean and efficient, with a kind of fierce beauty. He was the Prime Minister of a country, so he had his dignity and bearing. But when the country needed him to be an executioner, he could be more of an executioner than any other executioner. At this moment, he hugged Duan Li and patted his back, which could be considered his final farewell. Then he let go and got up. His meticulously combed black hair didn't waver in the slightest. Duan Li's corpse, which had lost all vitality, softly fell to the ground. No one knew what Duan Li was thinking at the end of his life. Perhaps he was truly regretting it. Du Yehu was the only one who knew about it. He knew that this man, who had softly fallen to the ground like a dead dog, must have yelled in his heart before he died, Du Yehu, you swore. Therefore, Du Yehu's eyes were filled with tears. He couldn't stop them. Not pulling out his saber and slashing at Du Ruhui had already exhausted all of his restraint. He really couldn't contain his grief anymore. Fortunately, Duan Li had said that grief wasn't a problem. The more sincere the emotion, the less of a problem it was. What else did Duan Li say? Du Yehu thought, and finally remembered. Amidst the abyss-like hatred and pain, he remembered the general's instructions. Du Yehu suddenly roared, his tiger eyes stained with tears. Du Yehu, am a great man. I can't be both loyal and righteous. How can I have the face to live in this world? He pulled out the saber at his waist and slashed his own neck. This slash was extremely fast and ruthless, leaving no room for maneuver. He really had the determination to die and wanted to kill himself outside the Zhuang Palace. The saber cut into his neck more than half, and blood gushed out like a waterfall. Then it was caught by a hand. It was the hand of the emperor of Zhuang country, Zhuang Gaoxian. He had been watching coldly from the sidelines until Du Yehu's saber was about to slash down and he was about to die in the next breath. Only then did he move to block the saber. Zhuang Gaoxian's right hand grabbed Du Yehu's saber and gently pulled it back. At the same time, his left hand gently brushed it, stopping Du Yehu's spurting blood and healing the wound on his neck. "Fool!" he angrily reprimanded. This angry expression instantly revealed the might of the emperor. It seemed to have suppressed Du Yehu's desire to die. The man was stunned and didn't know what to do. There were still tears in his tiger eyes. Du Ruhui couldn't help but praise in his heart. A true tiger general, truly righteous and brave. Zhuang Gaoxian had already removed the saber from Du Yehu's hand. He stared at him angrily and said resentfully, "You captured a traitor for the country, so you are a loyal soldier of the country." "What are you talking about? The country doesn't raise tiger soldiers to watch you slash your own neck. Even if a brave general like you has to die, you should die on the battlefield and be rewarded with meritorious service. You shouldn't die here." What a joke. Du Yehu still gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. Du Ruhui knew that this man was not good with words. Therefore, he took a few steps forward and said earnestly, "There are big and small loyalties. I know that General Duan treats you well, but before the country's righteousness, there is no room for selfish thoughts. Today, you captured a traitor for the country, which is what a real man should do. You are loyal and righteous, so how can you not be loyal and righteous? I used to have a good relationship with General Duan, but today I killed him with my own hands. Should I be like you and commit suicide here?" Du Yehu still didn't say anything, but he looked up at him with complicated emotions. Du Ruhui sighed and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. "You're a good man. I think that General Duan's spirit in heaven wouldn't want you to die so cowardly. When he was alive, he told me more than once that he wanted to give you the Zhejiang Xian armor." At this point, the old prime minister stopped and sighed. "His reputation also needs you to protect it." It seemed that this sentence had convinced Du Yehu. "Prime Minister, Your Majesty." Du Yehu's voice was frighteningly hoarse. It was unclear whether it was because of the pain in his heart or because his throat had just been reconnected, so it was inconvenient for him to speak. He said, "Yehu has been rude." King Zhuang looked at him with the tolerance that a wise emperor should have. "A real man doesn't care about trifles. I have seen your true nature, but I haven't seen you being rude." Du Yehu lowered his head and said hoarsely, "I don't know what to say." "You don't have to say anything more." Zhuang Gaoxian said with a wide voice, "Go back and rest. Recuperate well. The country still needs you. The Zhejiang Xian armor still needs you. There are many things waiting for you to do." Du Yehu glanced at Duan Li's corpse again. The pain in his eyes couldn't be faked. "I ask you to bury Duan Li." Zhuang Gaoxian only said, "Approved." News of King Zhuang's magnanimity today would definitely spread to the ears of every official. He was truly a wise emperor. Du Yehu slowly walked over and picked up Duan Li's corpse. He then looked at the knife in Zhuang Gaoxian's hand. This was indeed a rude person. Zhuang Gaoxian didn't care about it. He only said warmly, "This knife injured its owner. Don't use it again. When you return, go to my inner treasury and choose a saber." The palace guards and soldiers of the White Feather Army were all envious. This person was actually so favored by His Majesty. Du Yehu thought for a moment and lowered his head while holding Duan Li. "Thank you, Your Majesty." And he didn't say anything else. He carried Duan Li's corpse and left King Zhuang's palace. After the burly figure carrying the corpse disappeared into the distance, Du Ruhui bowed and said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty." "Oh." Zhuang Gaoxian turned around and walked into the palace. Today, blood spilled at the palace gate. "What's the good news?" Du Ruhui followed behind him and said, "Your Majesty has just lost a veteran general and gained a tiger official. It's clear that the heavens have decreed that I won't fall. Zhuang Gaoxian stopped in his tracks. After a long time, he sighed. It's all thanks to you, teacher. Chapter 1073. Duan Li's betrayal did not cause much of a stir within Zhuang country. Not to mention, it had no influence outside of the country. The Zhejiang Black Armor Commander, who was once feared by everyone, turned into a cripple who had lost all his cultivation. He still had his honor and position, but he no longer had any status in the world of transcendence. According to the public, he died from a relapse of his old injuries. Other than the soldiers of the Zhejiang Black Armor Commander, not many people would look into the reason. Since the imperial court said so, it must be the truth. The imperial court would not lie, right? General Duan Li had served the country all his life and was full of honor. He should have died without regrets. He had no wife or children, and the military camp was his home. It was Du Yehu who arranged his funeral for him. The funeral was a little rushed. He died the day before, and the coffin was closed for a day before he was buried. The funeral was very simple and was held in the military camp. However, it was also very grand. On the day of his funeral, the entire Zhejiang Black Armor Commander lined up to offer his condolences. Even the state minister was there to greet him. Not to mention the county governor and the head of the county arrest department. He should have no regrets. Many people sighed. General Duan should have no regrets. A relapse of his old injuries was a dignified way to die. This was a common way to die among the generals who fought for their lives on the battlefield. Duan Li himself could accept it. After all, he originally wanted to be dismembered by 5 horses. In comparison, a relapse of his old injuries was much more dignified. Du Yehu did not know that this was the way Zhuang Gaoxian had planned for him to die. Of course, this was a coincidence, and there was nothing to rejoice about. However, whether he knew it or not, things had come to this point. The dead could not be revived, and he could not turn back. After burying Duan Li, people realized that General Du Yehu seemed to have changed into a different person. He no longer drank alcohol day and night, and he no longer thought about going to the battlefield every second. He began to reorganize the military affairs and gathered power with the help of Deputy General Yang Yin. He began to fight for the future of the Zhejiang Black Armor Commander. In terms of merit, during the National War, he was the first to climb the Dragon Ceiling Pass and place the flag of Zhuang country on the city tower. His words, "Today, I will return the humiliation of 100 years," were still popular today. In terms of strength, he walked the path of the ancient militarists. Moreover, he was always the first to fight and was not afraid of death. He had long since made a name for himself in the army. When he was still in the Soaring Dragon realm, there were many who refused to accept him as the 5th Deputy General of the 9 Rivers Profound Armor. After participating in a few battles with him, those who refused to accept him were all convinced. No one worked as hard as he did. Others worked so hard to obtain scholarly honors, but there was a limit to it. He was risking his life as if he was risking his life. As for now, after charging into the inner palace stage, no one in the 9 Rivers Profound Armor dared to face him alone. The other deputy generals all had deeper cultivations than him, but when it came to a life-and-death battle, there was indeed a trace of unspeakable fear. The only thing Du Yehu lacked was experience, but the recognition of the Zhejiang Xian Armor Commander Duan Li had long made up for this. After Duan Li passed away due to a relapse of his old injuries, the position of Zhejiang Xianjia's commander-in-chief was still undecided. The higher-ups did not send anyone to take over the position. Many people were saying that this was done intentionally by the imperial court to wait for Du Yehu. Wait until he was more powerful. Wait until he was recognized by more people. At Duan Li's funeral, the state minister had many private conversations with Du Yehu. This was also seen as a trend. Of course, some people believed this, some did not. At this moment, Du Yehu was sitting alone in the military tent. After a day of military exercises, the person who did not want to think the most was now silently thinking. In the future, no one would help him think of a solution. Deputy General Yang Yin was very good She was very smart, but there were some questions that could not be asked. At least, not now. He was indeed not smart enough. When he was still in Maplewood City, Xiao Wu would laugh at him all day long. He could only retaliate with his fists and shame. But thinking about it, if he did as Duanli said, there would not be any problems. There was a jar of wine beside him, but he did not drink it today. Occasionally, he would take a look to quench his thirst. The feeling of the alcohol bug causing trouble was very uncomfortable, but he did not dare to get drunk again. He promised Duanli, General. The curtain of the tent rolled up, and a stocky figure squeezed in. Zhao Erting, this idiot, did not even give a report and just barged in. In the past, Dio did not care about these things. Only Yang Yin would care about it. But now he felt that perhaps he should set some rules. Duanli had said that the most important thing in training soldiers was rules. He did not know why, but after Duanli's death, those words that he did not listen to before appeared again and again, and became clearer and clearer. Duanli should be right? My life should be useful, right? After Zhao Er barged in, he only stared at Du Yehu in a daze, but did not speak for a while. Rules. Du Yehu thought again, so he had a headache. What's wrong? He asked this idiot. You should not have captured General Duan. Zhao Erting suddenly said. Idiot. Du Yehu said angrily. Where did you hear this again? What nonsense did you hear? When Deputy General Zhang was drinking, he told the people in his tent. Zhao Erting straightened his neck and said, They said that you used General Duan to exchange for glory and wealth. Cooked, no matter if it's raw or cooked, it's all shameless. Contrary to Zhao Erting's expectations, the irritable Du Yehu did not immediately get angry. Instead, he asked, what else? Zhao Erting thought seriously. I also think that the general did wrong. Even if General Duan is guilty, you should not have captured him. General Duan treated you so well. A wine jar smashed over. He dodged it skillfully. The wine jar smashed on the ground, and the fragrance of wine immediately filled the air. What a waste, Zhao Erting thought. Go to your mother. The familiar general who was back. Du Yehu roared. Am I asking you what you think? You idiot who can't even read a few words. Why do you think you are a fart? Zhao Erting shrank back. He did not know why, but now he felt a lot more at ease. He said aggrievedly, You're the one who asked. Du Yehu still wanted to hit him, but when he looked around, there were no more wine jars by his hand. He wanted to throw out the military book in front of him that he did not understand, but after thinking about it, he did not reach out. He only said angrily, I'm asking what else that old dog surnamed Zhang said. Zhao Erting scratched his head. I think he only said this. Presumably, that old man surnamed Zhang did not dare to say much about things that were suppressed by the prime minister. Looking at this dumbfounded Zhao Erting, Du Yehu was full of anger. He waved his hand. Get out. Okay, I'll get out. Zhao Erting looked very proud. He turned around and walked out. Wait. Du Yehu called out to him again and said seriously, Remember, don't tell me about Maplewood City in the future. Those words, you'd better rot in your stomach forever. That's great. Zhao Erting beamed with joy. I've long been sick of talking about it. If I wasn't afraid of you beating me. He covered his mouth. Du Yehu's face was gloomy. Get out. Zhao Erting lifted the curtain of the tent and left quickly. In the tent that had become empty again, Du Yehu sighed again. If only Xiao Wu was alive. Why did he have to use his brain? According to what Duanli said, the best way was to kill Zhao Erting. The dead could keep secrets the best. If Zhao Erting died, his relationship with Jiang Wang would no longer be remembered. But he really couldn't do it. Otherwise, with that jug just now, Zhao Erting would be gone. Fortunately, this idiot was a bit dumbfounded, but very obedient. Things that he promised he would do. There shouldn't be any problems. Du Yehu rubbed his head and forced himself to look at the military book. Damn it, what should I say? Horse or four? Why did these two lousy words have to be together? Which side should it be read? He was annoyed again. That bastard Yang Yin didn't know how to annotate it. In the midst of his annoyance, he suddenly raised his head and reached out to grab the single mace. Immediately, his body was surrounded by chi and blood, and a murderous aura was faintly discernible. He had indeed taken a treasured saber from the emperor's treasury, but he didn't use it. Instead, he placed it in his residence and worshipped it. After Du Guoxiang saw it, although he criticized him, saying something about sabers being used, he was obviously very happy. As for this single mace, it was left behind by Duanli. It was originally a pair. One of them was destroyed in the Zhuang Yong battlefield, broken by the Marquis of Chengde, Liang. The pair of maces was called Taking the Enemy. At that time, Duanli couldn't use it to take the enemy. Now that there was only one left, the single mace should be called Delivering Death. Yang Yin was a bit more cultured, saying that it was better to call it Delivering a Funeral. He thought that he should indeed deliver a funeral for Duanli, so he decided on this name. At this moment, Du Yehu was carrying the morning mace. He was like an evil tiger, his aura like a demon. A murderous aura roared and surged, enveloping the entire military tent. In the thick, murderous aura, a small white crane wormed its way out. The white crane flew in the air, dispersing into flowing clouds. The flowing clouds turned again, transforming into a floating and otherworldly figure. That person faced Du Yehu, her voice cold and pleasant. General Du, I have no ill intentions. Du Yehu carried the single mace, his evil face emotionless. He didn't give her any preferential treatment because of her beautiful appearance. He only coldly said, "You don't have much time to explain. This humble one is Yi Qingyu, Jiang Wang's friend." The woman transformed from the clouds said, "I'm here to help you." Du Yehu remained silent. Yi Qingyu looked at the fierce-looking man and had no choice but to continue. Jiang Wang sent me a letter earlier, saying that he's about to participate in the Yellow River meeting. Some things can't be hidden anymore. You might be in danger in the Zhuang state. That's why he asked me to come and pick you up. This Du appreciates your good intentions. Du Yehu said lightly, "Please go back." It took some time for the clouds and cranes to come from Qi. Occasionally, they would encounter some accidents and be scattered, so it would take time for them to reunite. Yi Qingyu received the letter a little later. She arrived at Zhejiang City yesterday, but it wasn't until tonight that she found an opportunity to meet Du Yehu alone. In Jiang Wang's letter, he said that Du Yehu would either listen to him or take the knife to Xian and City without hesitation. He didn't mention that Du Yehu would have such a reaction. I'm indeed Jiang Wang's friend. I have a lot of ways to prove it. Yi Qingyu thought for a while, then took out a piece of paper and flicked it forward. Jiang Wang said that this is something that only you know. You'll know once you read it. She added, "Come with me to the Yun country. I can protect your life. Later, I'll find an opportunity to arrange for you to join the caravan and secretly send you to the Qi state." However, Du Yehu didn't even look at the letter and said, "The military camp is an important place. Don't make a mistake. You'd better leave quickly." The letter floated in front of him and slowly fell to the ground. Jiang Wang didn't say that his brothers would have such an attitude. Yi Qingyu was stunned, but she didn't give up. She changed the topic and said, "What else are you worried about? Why don't you tell me? We can solve any problems. Are you coming or not?" Du Yehu said coldly, "I think you're just being entrusted by someone, so I'm too lazy to argue with you. You better not force me." Yi Qingyu was annoyed. With her status, who dared to talk to her like this? She came to help with good intentions and spoke nicely. Not only did this fierce man not appreciate her kindness, he even wanted to fight with her. Her voice was filled with anger. Jiang Wang said that if you don't want to, I'll take you away by force. Jiang Wang's original words were that if Du Yehu couldn't control himself and insisted on going to Xian City to fight, then she would tie him up and take him away by force. She would bring him back to the Yun country and lock him up. Although Du Yehu didn't intend to go to Xian City to fight with his life, if he wanted to fight with her, it would be about the same, right? Hearing Yi Qingyu's words, Du Yehu flipped the morning mace. In an instant, his blood and qi surged and condensed into the shape of a fierce tiger behind him. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." He had fully launched into a fighting posture and looked at Yi Qingyu with eyes full of murderous intent. You probably can't do it. This cultivation, this combat power, it was different from what Jiang Wang said. Didn't he say that people in the soaring dragon realm could be easily defeated? Jiang Wang. Oh, Jiang Wang, what do you want me to say to you? This person is completely different from what you remember. Yi Qingyu wasn't afraid of this person. Her cloud seal had endless magical uses, and she wasn't afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight. Moreover, if it weren't for the fact that she was afraid of making too much noise, she would have casually thrown out hundreds of golems. But the problem was the word noise. This was the military camp of Zhejiang Xinjia, and it was also an important place of the Zhuang state. If the noise was too big, there would be no way to clean up the mess. Why don't you listen to my advice? Yi Qingyu said angrily. Jiang Wang carried so much on his shoulders and lived such a hard life. As his brother, can't you be less worried? Cut the crap. Du Ye, who stepped in front of the table, holding the morning mace, and said aggressively, Jiang Wang is shameless, ungrateful, fatherless, and betrayed the country for glory. Being sworn brothers with him is the greatest humiliation of my life. If you dare to say another word, I will summon the army and kill you here. Good, very good. Yi Qingyu was really angry and no longer had any scruples in her words. Without a burden like you, I feel relieved for Jiang Wang. You can be a lackey of the Zhuang state. If we meet on the battlefield in the future, don't wag your tail and beg for mercy. As soon as she finished speaking, she had already dissipated into clouds and disappeared from the military tent. Du Ye flicked his finger lightly and broke the concealment array set up by Yi Qingyu. The night wind outside the military tent blew noisily around the curtains. She was already far away. Du Ye retracted his murderous aura, bent down, and picked up the letter that had fallen to the ground. That night, the lights in General Du's tent were lit until dawn. Chapter 1074. Swordsman Ning was a very good opponent. In terms of swordsmanship, she was like a grandmaster, especially when she put aside the dismantling of swordsmanship and gave up on the exploration of swordsmanship. Instead, she focused on the outcome of the battle. Her terrifying strength, which had once reached the top of the Great Void stage, was completely displayed in front of Jiang Wang. In the past few days, the two had fought 15 times. Jiang Wang won 9 times and lost 6 times. In the battle, Jiang Wang had already used all the techniques except the astray path. Swordsman Ning probably had not held back much either. The glory of the Great Void stage's strongest inner house kept changing opponents in the past few days. It was simply a dazzling sight. But that was only between Dugawudi and Swordsman Ning. But for Swordsman Ning, the more battles she fought, the more she could feel the terrifying pressure from this opponent. She used the absolute sword technique again and again, but her chances of winning were getting slimmer and slimmer. She had improved rapidly in the past few days, but her opponent Dugawudi's improvement was even more terrifying. He was the first opponent who made her feel respect and awe in terms of combat talent. But in fact, in the battles where they were almost evenly matched, Jiang Wang's improvement was faster, but not by much. The reason why Swordsman Ning was feeling more and more pressure was because she fought with all her strength again and again, completely filling in the gaps between the two of them. What gaps meant to the astray path was self-evident. Jiang Wang became more and more familiar with her battle choices, and his judgment became more and more accurate. Step by step, he gradually cut off her chances of winning. Speaking of which, this was very similar to Li Longquan's archery. The longer they fought, the clearer the opponent's flaws would be in his eyes. In the end, it was often a matter of life and death. Therefore, the enemies of the Li family of Sherman had always tried to avoid contact with the Li family. They would either stay away from them or fight to the death. However, the results were similar. But seeing through the opponent's choices and discovering the opponent's flaws were not the same thing. Although Jiang Wang had not used the astray path theurgy from the beginning to the end, in a sense, it was also an application of the astray path theurgy. It was just that this kind of guidance tested one's battle wisdom and was easy to detect and resist. In the end, it was still inferior to the true astray divine ability. If the two of them were to fight to the death in the modern realm, Jiang Wang only needed to use the Astral Path God Art. If the other party didn't have any other hidden trump cards, then the outcome would basically be decided. Unlike now, where they were still in a stalemate, in the battle in the Milky Way, Jiang Wang seized the opportunity and blew out Swordsman Ning's right hand with a gust of wind. So he took a step back and said politely, "Thank you for letting me win." He was completely different from the fanatic who would grin and shout, "Come again if you're not convinced." Swordsman Ning caught the long sword with his left hand. He snorted coldly and left the sword discourse arena. TSK, how ungentlemanly. Jiang Wang shook his head and sighed with emotion. Then he dropped the subject. The score between the two sides was fixed at 10 wins and 6 losses. Indeed, it didn't matter whether he was elegant or not. What he needed was a qualified sparring partner, and Swordsman Ning was undoubtedly the perfect candidate. So what if his attitude was a little lacking? A prime minister's magnanimity could support a boat, and a modest gentleman would swallow his spittle. The sword discourse arena returned to the blessed land. Jiang Wang thought for a while and sent a dual invitation to Zhen Wudi and Ling Yu. The former naturally turned a blind eye to it, but Zhuo Guangshu immediately accepted the challenge. The sword discourse arena whistled again and crashed into the Milky Way. Speaking of which, a few days ago, after the Chu country's intermansion rail fighters were decided, Jiang Wang wanted to find time to comfort Zhuo Guangshu. As a mature person who had experienced it, he wanted to give the youth pointers on his life path. He never tired of teaching people. But then he met Swordsman Ning and had a good time sparring, so he forgot about it. Hopefully, it wasn't too late to mend the pan after the sheep were lost in the dazzling Milky Way. The sword discourse arena had just merged, and Jiang Wang didn't even have time to greet him before he saw a world of water in front of him. Zhuo Guangshu exploded the moment the battle began. It seemed that this kid had a lot of temper. If he didn't beat him into submission, he wouldn't be able to have a good chat with him. Jiang Wang had already made up his mind. He directly let out a long breath, and the Buzhou wind rose around him. The white wind blew away all the surging waves. At the same time, his hands quickly formed seals. With his current level of control, he could complete the Fire World technique in 3 breaths. And to change the Buzhou wind, which was used to killing, to defense, it was not difficult to hold on for 3 breaths. So Guangshu, who was wearing the armor and riding the chariot, threw out more than 30 Dao techniques in 3 breaths. They didn't interfere with each other, but instead complemented each other. It was enough to show his terrifying talent in the water element, but all of them were annihilated by Jiang Wang's Buzhou wind. And after 3 breaths, the fire world replaced the water world. Amidst the countless whistling flame sparrows, Jiang Wang walked through the fire and pulled Zhuo Guangshu down from the Hebo chariot, interrupting his next spell casting. He laughed loudly and said, "You lost." Zhuo Guangshu snorted and didn't say anything. But the glittering armor and azure cloak on his body had already dissipated. He had retracted the Hebo theurgy. He couldn't bring himself to lose face, but he would still admit defeat. Jiang Wang let go of the young man, and with a clench of his hand, the fire world returned to his palm. That dazzling fiery red world with a square sky shone his palm for a while, and also swayed in front of Zhuo Guangshu for a while before slowly dissipating. "What's wrong?" Big Brother Jiang assumed the posture of caring big brother, and asked with a friendly smile, "I haven't seen you for a few days, and you're so angry. What's the matter?" Zhuo Guangshu looked unhappy. "Nothing. I'm in a hurry to get to the next round." Yes. Jiang Wang hurriedly stopped him and said with a smile, "Didn't I listen to you and plan to participate in the gathering of the Yellow River? You see, I've already been chosen. Don't you have any suggestions for me?" Jiang Wang was now familiar with Zhuo Guangshu's character. If you coaxed him like a child, he would be particularly difficult to deal with and would love to oppose you. But if you treated him like an adult and discussed serious matters with him, he would be particularly willing to make a contribution. Hearing this, Zhuo Guangshu didn't look like he was about to turn and leave. After all, He was very close to Jiang Wang. If it were someone else, he wouldn't even bother to speak. But if it was Jiang Wang, he would be willing to help. After thinking seriously for a while, the young man said, "I can't give you any information about Chu, but I can tell you about other countries." A very principled young man, Jiang Wang praised him in his heart. In fact, the information Chun Zicheng collected was already detailed enough, and he had everything he needed. Jiang Wang was just looking for an excuse to communicate with this young man. In fact, he wasn't looking forward to it, but he smiled brightly. "That's exactly what I want. Tell me quickly." Zhuo Guangshu had always liked the way Jiang Wang listened carefully in front of him, because sometimes Jiang Wang was very similar to Zhuo Guanglia. This made him feel as if he was the elder brother instead, of course. He had never told anyone about this feeling when he was young. He raised his chin and reluctantly began to talk. He was originally interested in participating in the gathering of the Yellow River, and the information about his opponents was collected by the Zhuo family. Now that he was talking to Jiang Wang, it was clear and logical. Jiang Wang listened attentively, and from time to time, he would exclaim that the Zhuo family of Great Chu was indeed a famous family in the world. Although second young master Zhuo appeared to be dismissive, the volume of his voice couldn't fool anyone. What a harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 1075. After Zhuo Guangshu finished telling him the information, Jiang Wang thanked him again and again before saying, "Speaking of which, I've always thought that you're a good man who can let go of things easily. It's not like you to be so angry after losing the gathering of the Yellow River." Zhuo Guangshu's words hit the nail on the head. He flicked his sleeves and said angrily, "Xiang Bei is arrogant and rude. If I were the same age as him, how could I let him be so arrogant?" It seemed that he had lost to Xiang Bei, who was older than him and had cultivated for a longer time. The young man was not convinced. Jiang Wang said calmly, "He dares to be arrogant in front of you. It seems that he is indeed the #1 inner house disciple of Great Chu." What #1 inner house disciple? Chu Shenhua is not weaker than him. It's just that he has to hide. Zhuo Guangshu glanced at Jiang Wang with a guilty conscience and said stiffly, "He has to hide his strength." Brother Dugu had been through a lot, so his expression was normal. "Oh, I see." But he was surprised. Hiding his supernatural power? Normally, no one would hide their strength in such an important event like the gathering of the Yellow River. But Jiang Wang had the astray supernatural power, so it was understandable. No matter how much he gained from the gathering of the Yellow River, it could not make up for the loss of the astray supernatural power. However, although he was curious about what Chu Shenhua was hiding, he was even more curious about how Zhuo Guangshu knew about the secret that Chu Shenhua would rather give up the gathering of the Yellow River. But Jiang Wang did not mention it. It was obvious that he could not get the answer, so it was not worth angering this kid. Speaking of which, you've helped me a lot by sharing the information that the Zhuo family worked hard to collect. I still don't know how to thank you. As Jiang Wang spoke, he raised his left hand, and the brilliant world of fire shone on his palm again. In the small world, the sea of fire rippled and flame sparrows danced. He looked at Zhuo Guangshu. "I think this technique is actually very suitable for you. Do you want to consider learning?" Speaking of which, this was not an idea that he had from the very beginning. Rather, in the previous battle, he indeed felt that if he wanted to construct a technique similar to Lei Zhanqian's version of the Thunder World, Zhuo Guangshu's Hebo Abhijna would be more suitable than his true Samadhi fire. Hebo and Lei, she both emphasized the control of elemental energy. As for Jiang Wang's Fire World technique, he had actually changed his train of thought under Yi Xingchen's guidance. The advantages and disadvantages of these two methods could not be simply judged. In the end, it still depended on how the caster controlled it. It could only be said that Jiang Wang's current method was more suitable for Jiang Wang himself. Because of Zhuo Guanglia's legacy, he had been thinking about how to repay the Zhuo family. But the Zhuo family of Great Chu did not need his help. Even his interactions with Zhuo Guangshu were actually provided more by Zhuo Guangshu. The vision of a legitimate son of a prestigious family was in itself a valuable asset. He indeed felt that Zhuo Guangshu's Hebo Ubijna had a high chance of deducing the water world technique. And this technique would undoubtedly make Zhuo Guangshu stronger. Becoming stronger was probably what this kid wanted the most. Hearing Jiang Wang's words, Zhuo Guangshu's eyes lit up. He was obviously very tempted. How could he not be interested? He had just been defeated by this technique. With his headstrong personality, he had to thoroughly study this lousy technique. But he could not lose his dignity. Young Master Ling Yue's face was stern as he snorted coldly. What kind of secret technique does the Zhuo family of Great Chu not have? He glanced at Jiang Wang. I don't care at first. However, if you feel that you need my help to study this technique and insist on studying it with me, I can consider it since we are friends. Jiang Wang held back his laughter. Then do me a favor and help me research it. How about that? Zhuo Guangshu pondered for a moment. In the end, he sighed helplessly. All right then. Jiang Wang's own fire world technique had been deduced bit by bit from nothing. He knew every detail by heart, so imparting it wasn't difficult at all. In the time that followed, he dissected this technique in detail for Zhuo Guangshu. He told him where to start if he wanted to develop the water world technique, how to continue, and where the key points of every step were. Zhuo Guangshu's talent was astonishing. Basically, Jiang Wang only had to explain once for him to understand immediately. He only stopped to ask a few questions about the Void Continent's totems. The totems from the Void Continent were an important part of the construction of the Thunder World technique. Zhuo Guangshu would have to think of a way to deal with this himself. But then again, the Zhuo family was a big family. It shouldn't be hard to find something like this if they knew what they needed. That's the gist of it. After Jiang Wang finished, he asked, "Is there anything else you don't understand?" Zhuo Guangshu thought seriously for a moment. "I don't think so. I'll use the Method Pavilion to deduce it when I get back. It should take shape after that." Method Pavilion? This was the first time Jiang Wang had heard of it, so he was a bit puzzled. Zhuo Guangshu explained, "It's called a pavilion, but it's actually a very complicated and expensive formation. Only the top-notch clans in Chu can build one. Our Zhuo family has 3. He couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Jiang Wang was also very supportive. "Is it similar to a Dao platform?" Zhuo Guangshu shook his head seriously. "It's a Dao platform, similar to Chu's Method Pavilion." The Great Void Sect's ancestor stayed in Chu for a while. It was probably then that he got the inspiration. This young man really had a strong sense of pride for his country. Jiang Wang thought about it and asked with great interest, "So the effect is the same? How do you deduce it?" Technique was needed to deduce techniques on the Dao platform, but technique was just a kind of currency in the Great Void Fantasy realm. In essence, it shouldn't be the source of power that moved the Dao platform. What really moved the Dao platform was the great power of the entire Great Void Fantasy realm. It was countless people who gained inspiration and sharpened their skills. Thus, it created a flood of humanity. It's not exactly the same. Zhuo Guangshu was very strict and would not deliberately be vague in order to praise the Chu kingdom. The evolution technique pavilion is actually more like a kind of illusion. Anyone can use the evolution technique pavilion to construct the spells in their heart and practice them. Even ordinary people can do it. As long as the construction is reasonable, the technique can be established in the Method Pavilion. But even if the construction is successful, to apply it in the modern world, it needs to be worn in again. After all, the various conditions in the Method Pavilion can't be completely equivalent to the modern world. Jiang Wang understood. As an experienced user of the Method Pavilion, he actually didn't feel that the Method Pavilion was borrowed from the Method Pavilion. The cultivation method deduced by the Dao development platform could be used directly. As for the acting technique pavilion, it was more like a creative simulation. The former required the support of the Great Void Fantasy realm and was the evolution of a certain technique. The latter would certainly consume a lot less and was very beneficial to the research of techniques. Even ordinary people could use it. If it was popularized, how many wonderful ideas could it stimulate? No wonder it was said that Chu's techniques were the best in the world. Of course, this was what he thought in his heart. Jiang Wang clapped his hands and praised, "Such a rare method pavilion, but the Zhua clan has 3. It's really worthy of being a famous clan." But this was really a bit exaggerated. Zhua Guangshu glanced at him. "I'll take my leave first." Chapter 1076. Other than the morning and evening classes, Jiang Wang's daily routine of drawing sunlight into his eyes at noon was also unshakable. The peak of cultivation was built up step by step. He never took it lightly. Besides, he also had a new habit, which was to enter the great illusionary land at night. Swordsman Ning would definitely be there at this time. It was almost a tacit understanding. They would fight at this time every day. Then, they would decide if they wanted to continue the fight based on the situation. Usually, it was when they felt that they could perform better, but they could not. It was the same tonight. Swordsman Ning once again gave a high-quality swordsmanship performance, but at the same time, he was defeated again. The number of wins and losses between the two sides was 11-6. If Jiang Wang won again, the number of wins and losses between the two sides would become 2-1. If the number of wins and losses was calculated in multiples, the difference between the two sides would be 1 level higher. There would not be much meaning in sparring anymore. Swordsman Ning obviously realized this, but his expression did not change. Jiang Wang could still only see passion for swordsmanship and thinking about fighting in her eyes. In a sense, they were the same kind of people. Swordsman Ning did not have the intention to fight again. He directly left the great illusionary land. Jiang Wang returned to the space of the Blessed Land. He still sent a dual invitation to young Gunzuin. This fatty would of course not agree, but what if one day he made a mistake? Jiang Wang did not care about a dual invitation that was destined to sink like a stone in the sea. Just as he was about to leave the great illusionary land, a watercolored paper crane suddenly flew over. It was a letter from Zhua Guangshu. He caught it and opened it. The letter said, "The Tao technique that person left behind. There is one that I think suits you very well." This sentence was very much in Zhua Guangshu's style. Below that was the detailed explanation of this Tao technique. Jiang Wang held the letter and could not help but feel a little emotional. Zhua Guangshu, this child, was really a little too proud. Although he stubbornly said that he was helping Jiang Wang study the Fire World technique, he knew very well that Jiang Wang was looking for an opportunity to teach him. He did learn, but he wasn't willing to take advantage of the situation. He hurriedly returned the gift the next day. Jiang Wang sighed with emotion. The Taoist technique that Zhua Guangshu sent over, it was called Flame Flower Burning City. That day in the outskirts of Maplewood City, when he was on the verge of death as he curled up on a pile of straw waiting for death. Now that he thought about it, it felt like a lifetime ago. This was definitely a supreme grade Tao technique. When Zhua Guanglia was 19 years old, he had used this technique to break through a city. Back in the outskirts of Maplewood City, he had used the same technique to nearly burn down the 9 Fiends' profound Yin formation. That was the ultimate killing formation of the Qiangqin dynasty. Even someone as powerful as Victorious might have to pay a huge price to activate it. So Guanglia, who had died in the outskirts of Maplewood City, had wanted to protect the Heaven Essence Pill and bring it to Zhua Guangshu before his death. In the end, it had given Jiang Wang a new life. Today, Zhua Guangshu had given Jiang Wang the most representative Tao technique of Zhua Guanglia. The trajectories of fate had intersected in such a way 2 years later. It was truly amazing. Jiang Wang thought for a moment and replied to Zhua Guangshu, "You're so young, yet you stole the family's secret technique. Did you get your grandfather's permission?" Deep down, he still regarded Zhua Guangshu as a child. He was afraid that this child would give away everything for the sake of his so-called face. Could Zhua Guangshu make the decision for such a valuable and significant Tao technique? Zhua Guangshu was willing to give it to him, but he wasn't willing to learn it just like that. He didn't teach Zhua Guangshu how to construct the water realm in the first place for the sake of repayment. Zhua Guangshu's reply was very fast. However, it wasn't because he was angry from embarrassment, as Jiang Wang thought. There There was only one sentence in the letter. He left everything to me. I have full authority to deal with it. After the letter, there was also a detailed explanation of Flame Flower Burning City. Jiang Wang was silent for a moment. He didn't know how to reply. After a long time, he recorded this Tao technique and replied, "Okay." The paper crane flew into the Milky Way. Speaking of which, in terms of power, Flame Flower Burning City might not be stronger than the Fire Realm technique in the future. When Jiang Wang's cultivation level increased, and he had more understanding of the fire element, the true Samadhi fire would be developed to a higher level. There would still be a lot of room for improvement in the Fire Realm technique. It would definitely be above the transcendent grade. However, the Fire Realm technique was based on the use of supernatural powers. It couldn't be imparted to others, unless it was someone like Zhuo Guangshu, who happened to have river gods' supernatural powers, didn't lack resources, and had the art development pavilion at home. However, Flame Flower Burning City could really be imparted to any cultivator. In terms of value that could be seen now, Flame Flower Burning City was actually more valuable. Most of the disciples of top-notch famous clans were actually like this. They had an innate pride. Most of the time, they would rather suffer a loss than take advantage of others. Moreover, to these people, the so-called loss was nothing. Yin Fu squandered money like water. When did he feel that he suffered a loss? It was just a small number. Of course, Su Xianxian and Cheng Gengsheng were probably the two exceptions. Jiang Wang couldn't cultivate this detailed explanation of Flame Flower Burning City yet. His strength hadn't reached the level yet. Although it was precious, he could only put it aside for the time being. However, the detailed explanation of the flame flower still gave Jiang Wang a lot of inspiration. Jiang Wang was too familiar with the flame flower Tao technique, and it happened to be the foundation of Flame Flower Burning City. It could even be said that in Zhuo Guanglia's fire elemental palace, the flame flower was one of the floor tiles of the gorgeous palace. Jiang Wang developed the sea of flame flowers and the divine soul flame flower on the foundation of the flame flower technique. He also laid them in the fire realm. It could be said that he had a thorough understanding of the flame flower. The understanding of the flame flower that Dong left behind was far from Jiang Wang's current progress. However, after studying the detailed explanation of Flame Flower Burning City, he realized that he could do more. The time of the Yellow River meeting was confirmed. Qi's candidate to lead the team to the river viewing platform had also been decided. Chao Jie. He was one of the 9 commanders of the military hall. The army under his command was the Spring Death Army that had been in the limelight recently. It was a little awkward to talk about it. The Spring Death Army traveled quickly for 2 days. They broke through 50 kilometers in 1 day and took down the Sword Peak Mountain. After that, they stood still in front of the Xia Kingdom's army. It could be said that they shocked the world. However, what people remembered was how domineering Jiang Mingxiong was. They even remembered how dazzling Wang Yiwu, the rising star of the army, was. The strength of the Spring Death Army was also mentioned repeatedly. Only the commander of the Spring Death Army, Chao Jie, remained silent. This was because he did not go to the battlefield at all. The military hall mobilized the Spring Death Army, but the commander was Jiang Mingxiong. It was probably to balance out some voices in the court and show their trust in Chao Jie. Emperor Qi ordered Chao Jie to lead the team to participate in the Yellow River meeting. These were all analyzed by Cheng Gengsheng and Jiang Wang. The master ceremony had already been held. The Yellow River meeting was, of course, an expedition. Moreover, it was an expedition with extremely high standards. At this moment, leading the team was like a general going to war. It was an honor in itself. Of course, it was also a heavy responsibility. Therefore, only the strong could do it. After all, one of them was Qi's Inner Mansion number 1, one was Qi's Outer Mansion number 1, and one was Qi's number 130 years old. If something happened to these 3 people in Tianjiao, they would not be able to reach the river viewing platform. Qi was really going to embarrass the whole world. Chapter 1077. When Qiao Jie was chosen as the leader of the team, Jiang Wang decided to go to Xingyue Plain in advance. The fiery bone lotus was one of his trump cards. He couldn't give it up. He wasn't arrogant enough to think that he would be #1 in the world. Besides, he could use this opportunity to ask Senior Guan Yin for advice. The more he learned, the more confident he would be. His current mentality was he had the confidence to be #1 in the world, and he would do his best to fight for it. But he also accepted the possibility of failure. Those who could participate in the gathering of the Yellow River, which one of them wasn't the strongest among tens of thousands of people? Who among them wasn't Tianjiao? There was no such thing as destiny. Even the great illusionary land, he would sometimes lose to swordsman Ning. The so-called victory and defeat. After standing on the river viewing platform, the loser would fall and the winner would continue to stand. It was that simple. He was determined to walk on his own path. He had lived up to his expectations. He had defeated one opponent after another, one expert after another. He had reason to believe that he could become #1 in the world. This was confidence. He felt that he didn't need to care about anyone and would easily take first place without making any preparations. This was arrogance. Of course, some people might have the right to be arrogant, but at least Jiang Wang didn't think he did. Qiao Jie, who controlled the army of death in spring, was undoubtedly one of the truly important people in Linzi City. Jiang Wang didn't know this important person at all, nor did he have any way to get in touch with him before leaving. Speaking of which, he did have some friends in Linzi, but they were all second-generation nobles. They were a generation below a truly important person like Qiao Jie. It wasn't worth it, even if he went through all the trouble to find Qiao Jie. As for whether Qi's team would stop on the way to the Yellow River gathering and wait with him for a night in Xingyue Plain, if he explained the whole story, it might be possible. But he didn't want to reveal too much about Xingyue Plain, Guan Yin, and the fiery bone lotus. Especially Master Guan Yin. He had even severed his karma with the Xiankong Temple. Obviously, he had no intention of stepping into the world. If he really wanted the world to know him, there were plenty of people in the Xiankong Temple who could help him. Jiang Wang didn't need to advertise him here. Jiang Wang was indebted to him, so of course he wouldn't act on his own. However, going to Xingyue Plain at this time was a little tricky. The Battle of the Yellow River was about to begin, and the aftermath of the battle in Pingding country had yet to be settled. Jiang Wang had planned to come and go quietly without alerting anyone. He would come back when his astral power was full. But when he thought about it, he felt that it was a little inappropriate. After discussing with Cheng Gongsheng, the fatty suggestion was very simple. Before Jiang Wang set off, he just needed to report to the commandant of the Northern Yamen, Zheng Shi. The more he thought about it, the better it sounded. Reporting to the Capital Patrol Manor and reporting to the Northern Yamen Commandant Zheng Shi were two different matters. The former had many eyes and ears, while the latter was Zheng Shangming's father. Reporting to Zheng Shi was equivalent to reporting to the capital city's patrol manor. In that case, there wouldn't be any problems with the name of this trip. As for whether or not this news should be spread in a small circle, it would depend on how Zheng Shi weighed the pros and cons. Now that Jiang Wang had intercepted Cui Ju at the master's ceremony, the Pingping state, which had already surfaced, might be waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. They had been hit by the Qi-Ting one after another, so they probably needed to do something to strengthen the hearts of the people in the organization. If the Pingping state had this plan, with the capital city's patrol manor's means, it shouldn't be too difficult to turn Jiang Wang's departure into an operation to lure the snake out of its hole. In other words, if Jiang Wang followed Cheng Gongsheng's suggestion and reported to Zheng Shi that he was going to Xingyue Plain, not only would he not use up Zheng Shi's favor, but he would also be doing Zheng Shi a favor. Moreover, this could also ensure Jiang Wang's own safety, and at the same time, he could accumulate astral power without being affected. He had to admit that Cheng Gongsheng's fat really didn't go to waste. Su Xiangxian said behind his back that his fat probably matched his brain. Jiang Wang didn't think it was completely unreasonable. It couldn't be easier to report to Zheng Shi. Although this Northern Yamen Commandant was also one of the powerful figures in Linzi, it was difficult to get close to him. But our Lord Jiang only needed to go through Zhang Shangming. On second thought, through Cheng Gung Sheng, he could also get in touch with Cheng Xian Chu Liang at any time. And through Yin Fu, he could get in touch with the former Prime Minister Yin Ping. In this way, it seemed that the circle wasn't bad. But did Chao Jia have any children? Of course, jokes aside, he still had to do it himself. Through Zhang Shangming, Jiang Wang told Zheng Shi that due to the special nature of his cultivation method, he needed to go to Xingyue Plain to accumulate astral power. Speaking of which, this was also to prepare for the Battle of the Yellow River. It was reasonable. Then that night, he put on a cloak and a black robe and quietly left Linzi under the cover of the night. He didn't forget to enter the great illusionary land and write a letter to swordsman Ning, informing him that he was busy these few days and couldn't come to spar. He said some courteous words of regret and so on. That was all. Although he said that he was going to keep a low profile, he still had to go to Qingyang town to have a look. He had been under the watchful eye of the patrol manor in the capital city this entire time. Of course, he had to return his fief along the way. In particular, he needed to take a look at the Hall of Integrity that he had ordered people to build. This was to emphasize his sense of belonging to the kingdom of Qi. At the same time, he could secretly observe whether Fan Qingqing was serious or not. Although he had already judged that there was no problem, it was not a bad thing to observe more. Because of the eyes on him, Jiang Wang didn't expose his disguise. He didn't know how the experts from the inspection office in the capital were watching him, but they must be watching him. Some things should be hidden as much as possible. Fortunately, after he developed the immortal state, his research on the voice of the dreamlike token was better than Fan Qingqing's. It was not difficult for him to not be discovered by Fan Qingqing when he was scheming against the unsuspecting. In fact, Qingyang town was developing very well now. Jiang Wang was getting more and more famous, and he had more and more friends in Qi. The business of the Dushing Trading Company was getting better and better. After such a long time of practice, Dugu Xiaoxiao could handle the town affairs well. Now, Fan Qingqing was seriously assisting her. The Zhengshang Hall was almost finished. Fan Qingqing was obviously a smart person and knew what she should do. From Jiang Wang's secret observation, she didn't have any evil thoughts and was fulfilling her duties. But then again, even if she had some evil thoughts, Dugu Xiaoka would not be so easily fooled. Although Dugu Xiaoka's road to transcendent being was guided by Zhu Biqiong at the beginning, Dugu Xiaoka was not Zhu Biqiong. She understood the cruelty of the world long ago. Of course, the current Zhu Biqiong was not the Zhu Biqiong of the past. Along the way, many people and many things were changing. Even Fang Qian, who was lying dead every day, was now in high spirits and trying his sword to the world. In fact, no one knew whether these changes were good or bad. But there was one thing. The life of the people in Qingyang town was getting better and better, which was definitely a good thing. As the lord of this fief, Jiang Wang did not ask for anything extra. In fact, just this alone was enough for the people to live and work in peace. Not to mention the vitality that the Dashing Trading Company brought to this place, and the Rizhao Prefecture governor took care of this place for Jiang Qingyang's sake. After such a long time of development, Qingyang town was now a famous and wealthy town in the Yangland. Many people racked their brains to move here, but they were blocked by the system. Jiang Wang did not show up, but quietly left this place. From his observation of the Yangland this time, this land had completely integrated into the Qi land, and there were many more figures of ordinary people walking in the countryside. The people of Dangyang were Qi people, and their lives were indeed better. It probably wouldn't be long before the temporary position of the governor of the 3 prefectures in the Yangland could be changed to that of the prefectural governor. This was a good thing for Tianan Tai, Huang Yixing, and Gao Shaoling. During this period of time, when they were in charge of the Yangland, they had indeed put in a lot of effort. Compared to Tianan Tai and Gao Shaoling, who had the support of their families, Huang Yixing's position was actually more stable. After all, as an official who surrendered to the Yangland, he was a great comfort to the people of the Yangland. However, The former two could run their prefectures as their foundations, but it was almost impossible for Huang Yixing to become a new official of the Qi land. At least in his generation, if he did not have outstanding achievements, he would definitely not have a chance. Xingyue Plain was between the Xiang land and the Su land. From the Qi land, one could directly cross the Su land. After the Su land was destroyed, the Nine Sunrise land was once famous in the eastern region. After a few expeditions, only the Yang, Zhao, Chang, and Su land were left. After the Yang land was destroyed, the Four Sunrise land became the Three Sunrise land. The people of the Su land were very obedient, and they were very respectful to the overlord land. If Jiang Wang revealed his identity, there would be a lot of flattery. Something like being yelled at by the city guard army before would definitely not happen again. However, Jiang Wang did not care about this, so he still kept a low profile. If it was not necessary, he did not want to flaunt his power. Before Zhang Yong died, he said to Jiang Wang, "Maybe I should kill you while I'm in the state of destruction." This meant that within the Pingding land, there was definitely hostility towards Jiang Wang. It was just that Zhang Yong himself did not want to do it. He blocked Cui Ju's path, and to a large extent, reduced the influence of Cui Ju's assassination case, and did not let the Qi Emperor make a decision in a rage. Such a mighty ruler, even if he knew that he had made a wrong decision, he would probably not turn back. Therefore, Jiang Wang's departure from the Qi land this time might cause the Pingding land to retaliate if the inspection office in the capital did the right thing. Strictly speaking, since Jiang Wang had already reported in advance, this trip was not very dangerous. On the eve of the Yellow River meeting, even if the inspection office in the capital decided to use Jiang Wang as bait, they would definitely provide enough protection. Otherwise, if the Qi Emperor questioned them, who would be able to bear the responsibility? For the 3 battles of the Yellow River meeting, a powerful country like the Qi land could not be absent, and they had to fight for the first place in all the battles. If something happened to Jiang Wang, would the Qi Emperor have to choose another person to participate in the battles? He had gone to the Hot Spring Palace and the general appointment stage, but now he was gone. It would be a light punishment to peel off a layer of skin. From now until the start of the Yellow River meeting, it could be said that these Qinjiao land were the most precious people in the Qi land. Their reasonable requests would all be fulfilled. At this critical juncture of preparing for the Yellow River meeting, perhaps the contestants should just stay in Linzi. That would be the best choice. However, if these Qinjiao land wanted to be more prepared and have more experience, who could stop them? Jiang Wang only came to Xingyue land and stayed for a few nights before going back. On the other hand, Ji Zhaonan had also left the sea and said that he was going to the maze world to sharpen his spear, but no one stopped him. They were Tianjiao land. They were warriors, not prisoners. Of course, among the 3 people participating in the Yellow River meeting, only Yung Gunzuan stayed in his residence to cultivate. Even with Cheng Gengsheng's wisdom, he did not think that this trip would be dangerous, so there should not be a big problem. In fact, Cheng Gengsheng thought that as long as the Pingding country was smart, they would not take the bait. No matter how good the acting of the patrol office in the capital was, this bait was too straightforward. If he flew straight, with Jiang Wang's current speed, he could reach Xingyue land within a day. However, in order to hide his tracks, he walked for 3 days. If he wanted to fly unimpeded in the Su country, it was impossible for him to not show the name of the Tianjiao land of the Qi land. Jiang Wang was already very used to things like hurrying on the road. It was nothing more than traveling, cultivating. It was very normal. However, in the eyes of those who watched him in a certain way, every little thing that happened in these 3 days was really moving. Outside Xingyue land, on a nameless hill, the formation plate, placed quietly on the ground, covered its tracks very well. In the range of the formation plate, a square-faced man with white hair on his temples asked, "How is it?" At this time, he was sitting on the ground with his legs crossed, holding a compass inlaid with jade stars in his hand. He looked very serious, but he did not care about his image at this time. When he asked the question, his eyes were still looking at the compass. The person he asked was thin and had very high cheekbones. He was standing with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky with bright eyes. After a while, he withdrew his gaze and shook his head. He has the talent that Dr. E and Lord Xiong too praised, and he is willing to work hard. If Jiang Qingyang can't be famous in the world, then it is really not right. The person standing was Li Yu Gui, a third-grade blue medal holder from the patrol office in the capital. He had met Jiang Wang outside the Imperial Ancestral Temple before, and was invited by Ma Xiong to investigate the clues in the 9 Return Temple. The person seated, there was naturally the renowned god arrester, Yulong. He had already retired 2 years ago and was promoted to a rank 1 official. However, he supported the work of the current patrol officer, Zheng Shi, and occasionally participated in the operations of the patrol office in the capital. At first glance, when Jiang Qingyang went out alone with 2 cultivators from the god's descent secretly following him, this extravagance had already surpassed all the young masters in Linzi City. It was indeed very impressive. Yulong stared at the compass without blinking and said, "Otherwise, why do you think I got him into the blue medal?" I heard that some people were criticizing me at that time, saying that I was hugging Zhenggenji's thigh. What about now? He can go to the Yellow River meeting. It is the glory of our blue medal. The 2 of them were staring at Jiang Wang, but the way they stared was different. He relied on the compass and didn't leave for a moment, while Li Yugue relied on his own eyes to observe carefully from time to time. Although it was to lure the snake out of its hole before the Yellow River meeting, they really couldn't let anything happen to Jiang Wang. Li Yugue praised, "The god arrester's vision is naturally good." Yulong said casually, "At that time, the White Lanterns were fighting for," he suddenly shut his mouth. Li Yugue also stopped talking. The words White Lanterns seemed to be some kind of taboo. Once it was said, all words would be forbidden. Chapter 1078. He hadn't been to Star Moon Plain for a while, but this place was still the same. Xiang Country and Su Country couldn't get their hands on this place. Only a few small powers were able to live here. Although they were called forces, they didn't even have inner palace cultivators. The strongest they had was only at the Soaring Dragon Realm. These forces had probably changed a few times already, or maybe they were still the same people, but Jiang Wang didn't have any recollection of them. Anyway, they weren't very important. He came here again, but he still avoided densely populated areas and sat alone under the night sky. His daily cultivation had already been completed, so he relaxed his body and mind and used the fiery bone lotus behind him to communicate with the star power in this closest place to the starry sky. While accumulating star power, he also tried to send a message to Guan Yin by transferring his emotions into the star power of Yuheng. He didn't know if Master Guan Yin could sense it. Master Guan Yin had his own matters to attend to in the Forest Ocean Origin realm, and he also had a long and arduous cultivation. He probably wouldn't focus on the modern realm every day, so he naturally wouldn't wait for Jiang Wang's news every day. In fact, the fact that he didn't find Jiang Wang's questions too troublesome was already a very gentle expression on his face. From what Jiang Wang could see, Master Guan Yin communicated with him through Yuheng's star power every time. This method was very covert, and the only external manifestation was that Yuheng's star power was slightly denser. But he was currently focused on accumulating Yuheng's star power, so this abnormality was also concealed. Thinking about it, if he communicated with Master Guan Yin, no one else should be able to detect it. After all, it was hard to imagine communicating with a cultivator in the modern realm from the distant Forest Ocean Origin realm using star power. However, whether or not Master Guan Yin was willing to communicate depended on his mood. After all, only Guan Yin had the ability to construct a communication channel, so he could only choose whether to participate or not. After waiting for a while and not receiving a response, Jiang Wang silently accumulated star power and didn't do anything else. The fiery bone lotus had become even more agile after its heavenly bath, and through his research of the fire realm, Jiang Wang's understanding of totems had also deepened, and it was no longer the same as before. One obvious manifestation was that the speed at which it accumulated star power had increased significantly. The last time he came to Star Moon Plain, It took him 3 nights to fill up the fiery bone Lotus Star power. With the current speed, it would only take about 2 nights. The first night in Star Moon Plain passed as they accumulated astral power. After daybreak, they did their morning classes. At noon, he practiced the Eye of Qinyang punctually. After that, it was time for the evening class. After nightfall, he continued to accumulate astral power. At the current stage of cultivation, Jiang Wang's morning class was to transport Taoist energy and tidy up the isolated island of heaven and earth. His evening class was to open up the rooms in the inner mansion and explore himself. These 2 things required painstaking effort. Apart from that, he also had to use the light of divine ability to nourish everlasting yearning. He also had to cultivate the fire realm technique, immortal voice technique, and various other techniques. His swordsmanship could not fall behind either. In short, his daily training schedule was very full. Outside the border of Xingyue Plain, there was still that nameless bare mountain. Is there anything unusual? Li Yue, who had been waiting for a long time, couldn't help but ask. Staring at the compass, Yu Lung shook his head. Looks like they won't be coming. Li Yue said regretfully. This they naturally referred to the Pingdang state. Li Yue and Yu Lung, 2 blue metal experts of the god descending realm, had come here to escort Jiang Wang. It would have been too extravagant. It was better to have some gains. In order to make the Pingdang state take action, the inspection office spent a lot of effort to make it seem like Jiang Wang had secretly left the country. Moreover, in the eyes of many people, Yu Lung and Li Yue were overseas and in Linzi. At least on the surface, the blue metal experts of the god descending realm had not been mobilized. Of course, in fact, not only were Yu Lung and Li Yue present, but they also carried the transfer order signed by the Political Affairs Hall. They could ask the experts of the Su state to help at any time. If something happened to Cheese Tianzhou not far from the Su state, and the experts of the Su state did not respond to the transfer order in time, the result could be imagined. The inspection office had made many preparations for Jiang Wang's safety. They wanted nothing to go wrong. At the same time, they wanted to use these preparations to catch the big fish of the Pingdang state. Yu Lung was good at trapping people, and Li Yue was good at observing people. The cooperation of the 2 was flawless. Both of them were famous experts in capturing people. Ordinary cultivators of the god, descending realm, would not be able to escape from them. Yes, Yu Lung also felt a little regretful. However, his regret was not because of the Pingdang state, but because of Jiang Wang, who was concentrating on accumulating astral power. He liked Jiang Wang's diligence very much. In the beginning, he had wanted to take Jiang Wang as his disciple. However, Jiang Wang did not take the initiative at that time, so Yu Lung did not take the initiative. Of course, it was impossible now. Jiang Wang was a god descending realm expert, and Yu Lung was only a god descending realm expert. The guidance he could give Jiang Wang was very limited. How could Yu Lung have the nerve to ask him? It would be better to ask a top-level god descending realm expert like Xiong Tu. It's fine if he doesn't come, Li Yue said. Li Yue said, this Pingdang state is a little strange. Up until now, only 3 people have been caught alive. The information they got is all outdated. Of course, we are not afraid of arresting them ourselves. However, if we don't look after the talents who are going to participate in the Yellow River Gathering, we will definitely be punished by the Political Affairs Hall. Yu Lung smiled and said, I didn't expect the famous Li Yue to be so good at comforting himself. Li Yue also smiled and said, in our line of work, how can we endure if we don't do this? As his status rose, only when he was with a blue metal like Yu Lung, who was at the same level as him, could he find a little bit of the feeling of handling cases when he was young. In the past, during many boring days of waiting, he and his young companions would cheer each other up like this. Step by step, as time passed, he also became a famous arrester with a 3rd-grade blue medal hanging on his waist. Although Yu Lung was more experienced and could be considered a retired senior, he did not mind chatting with Li Yue for a while. When you were young, the most glorious person in the green card was Elder Crow, right? Yes. Liu Gui smiled and said, "First it was Elder Wu, then it was Lin Kuang. After that, it was you, Lord Yu." The name of a rest or god shook the world. Yu Lung smiled and accepted this little flattery. He was older than Lin Kuang, but Lin Kuang became famous earlier than him. Moreover, the one who was as famous as Lin Kuang was the more experienced Uriel. Therefore, Lin Kuang was Yulong Sr. However, compared to Li Yugui, he, who had retired 2 years ago, could be considered a senior. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with accepting a few words of praise. Li Yugui sighed again and said, "Speaking of which, I haven't seen Elder Wu for a long time. He also avoids meeting old friends, but I can often see that child Yuxi." Yulong did not know what to say about this, and could only say, he has his own path. After so many years, does he still want to overturn Lin Kuang's case? Li Yugui asked. They are friends despite the difference in age. Yulong sighed and said, "Let's not talk about this." Li Yugui did not mention it again. He adjusted his breath and looked up at the sky again, the light in his eyes rising sharply. In his field of vision, Jiang Wang, who was sitting cross-legged in the star-moon plane, was so clear. The star power he absorbed is so pure. Li Yugui could not help but praise. Yu Lung stared at the compass and said, "The star-moon plane is a treasure land. It is easier to establish the star tower here. We in Jing country have a quota every year, but it is a pity that there is not much left in our patrol office. Fisk, if only we could monopolize it." Li Yugui looked for a while and still did not see anything unusual, so he withdrew his gaze. But at the same time he withdrew his gaze, a change happened. Chapter 1079. What was the hidden star ocean? The 5 prefectural seas corresponded to the torso, while the hidden star ocean corresponded to the 4 limbs. However, just like how the 5 internal organs did not correspond to the 5 inner prefectures, the hidden star ocean did not correspond to the 4 limbs. The Tongtian Palace was located in the Spine Sea, which was also the Tongtian Sea. After opening the heaven and earth door, the Tao vein swam into the 5 prefectural seas. The feedback from heaven and earth when opening the heaven and earth door formed the Heaven and Earth Island. This island floated above the 5 prefectural seas and needed to be supported by Tao energy. It was where the soaring dragon Tao vein resided. Cultivators drove the soaring dragon Tao vein into the fog of ignorance, clearing it and opening the 5 prefectures. What about after the 5 prefectures were completed? When the soaring dragon Tao vein accumulated enough power, it would leave the Heaven and Earth Island and swim into the next sea of the 4 prefectural seas. It was the 4 prefectural seas, which was also the hidden star ocean. What was the sacred building? What was the starlight sacred building? The inner prefectural realm was a cultivator's exploration of their own body. The outer building realm was an extension of the cultivator's inner body. Cultivators used secret techniques to establish a connection with the distant stars and project their will into the distant stars. Controlling the star power, they built the so-called sacred building. What was the sacred building? It was a cultivator who had a clear understanding of themselves after exploring their own body, and then feedback it to the outside world. They established their own influence between heaven and earth. In the distant stars, he expanded his Tao and explained his understanding of Tao, heaven and earth, and himself. Cultivators in the modern world often describe the leap from the inner prefectural realm to the outer building as the 4 divine spirits. This was because the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise star zone were the star zones that cultivators had explored the most thoroughly and carefully. They were the most inclusive and reliable star zones. It was also the ancient star zone that had the deepest ties with the modern world. To a certain extent, the 4-spirit star zone was also the reflection of the modern world. The azure dragon star zone controlled the element of wood, the white tiger star zone controlled the element of metal, the vermilion bird star zone controlled the element of fire, the black tortoise star zone controlled the element of water, and the earth element appeared in the center. The four spirits, star zones, great significance. Most human cultivators built the starlight sacred building in the four spirits star zone. It was the light of the current human race, illuminated by the universe. The most crucial part of upgrading from the inner mansion to the outer mansion was to anchor the first star force in the distant star dome and leave one's own mark, or rather, one's own Tao, in the ancient and distant star dome. That was the most dangerous step, and it was easy to get lost. However, not every cultivator had their own Tao. Or perhaps it could be said that even if they had their own Tao, it was very difficult for most cultivators to be clear, thorough, or even firm to the point of being able to project it into the distant sky and illuminate the surroundings. However, just like the great scenes that had happened in the long river of history, the most difficult, bumpy, and dangerous places had long been trampled by the sages of the past. The ancient sages of the human race had long explored the problems of illuminating the distant stars and establishing the starlight sacred tower. They had also cleared the fog for the later generations. Corresponding to the four spirit star zone, different cultivation schools had different paths of cultivation. It could be said that they all had different opinions, but they were generally in the same framework. The azure dragon, the vermilion bird, the black tortoise, and the white tiger were the four spirits. Taoism took the four words of power, sincerity, benevolence, and killing. Confucianism took the four words of faith, virtue, benevolence, and killing. Legalism took the four words of power, fierceness, righteousness, and punishment. Buddhism took the four words of power, virtue, appearance, and destruction. The military school took the four words of power, fierceness, defense, and killing, no matter which school it was. They were all grand Taos. They were all smooth paths that could accommodate the personal Taos of cultivators. In a sense, they had also become a kind of public order and good customs that restricted the world and prevented it from becoming worse. Of course, it did not mean that one had to be a benevolent person just because they had set up a sacred tower with the word benevolence. It only meant that at least the sacred tower that one had set up in the distant star dome had spread the glory of the word benevolence to the universe. As for whether it was true benevolence or false benevolence, it still depended on the cultivator himself. The Tao was already there. Those who came later only needed to cross the bridge and did not need to swim alone. A large part of the reason why inner palace cultivators of the present world could be in the outer palace without divine abilities was because of the stability of the four spirits star field and the spread of these Taos of the various major cultivation schools. The cultivation of today's cultivators was walking on the great Taos opened up by many predecessors. Therefore, the present world could become more and more prosperous, setting up the starlight sacred tower and expanding one's Tao in the distant star dome. And the distant star dome would also feed back the power of starlight through the starlight sacred tower. Cultivators used this to temper their bodies, and in the process of the starlight sacred tower's illumination, they could truly find, approach, and condense their own Tao, a Tao that belonged solely to them. This was the path to the arrival of gods. Starlight body tempering was the foundation of the outer palace realm. All outer palace cultivators could strengthen themselves through starlight body tempering. But if they wanted to go further, the more they relied on their own Tao, the more feedback they could get from the starlight sacred tower. The cultivators themselves would also become stronger. The reason why inner palace cultivators often defeated outer palace cultivators was the most common. It was because in these two realms, whether it was divine abilities or starlight sacred tower, the fluctuations between the upper and lower limits were too great. An inner palace cultivator with divine abilities and an inner palace cultivator without divine abilities was almost an entire realm apart. And an outer palace cultivator who could only use the starlight of the starlight sacred tower to temper their bodies, and an outer palace cultivator who was clear about their own Tao path was also like a chasm. For example, Bao Buizhao was an outer palace cultivator who was clear about his own Tao path to a certain extent. When Xiaoyu Hidden Blade attacked, it was also close to the Tao. Even Xia Baoshu was familiar with the Confucian classics and knew what Tao was. But either their cultivation was insufficient or their experience was insufficient. They were far from reaching their own limits. The Starlight Sacred Tower's effect was only similar to one's own divine abilities. It was not even as powerful as divine abilities that had been developed for a long time. In Yunginzun's 5 prefectures, simultaneously glorious 5 prefectures were very powerful and had developed them to perfection. Moreover, he had also created the Outer Palace. The changes in Xingyue Plain began with a certain Starlight Sacred Tower that stood in the distant Star Dome. At that time, Jiang Wang was still accumulating his astral power. The accumulation of Alioth's astral power had given him a certain amount of capital to explore more possibilities of the fiery bone lotus. For example, could he accumulate astral power faster and reduce his dependence on Xingyue Plain? Could he expand the capacity of the fiery bone lotus and accumulate more astral power? Could he have a deeper understanding of the fire origin picture? At this moment, he heard a voice. Using his immortal sound perception ability, he knew that this voice did not come from beside his ear. It was also not Master Guanyan's voice. This voice suddenly sounded in his heart, but also seemed to be far away. It gave off a very warm and friendly feeling. We need a just future. Jiang Wang almost subconsciously thought of the words Zhang Yong said in the 9 Returns Temple. This world should not be like this. What kind of world was this? Jiang Wang could not help but think about these questions. The emperor and officials of the Zhuang country watched as hundreds of thousands of people were killed by the evil god just to seize the white bone true pill. The country blessed by the heavens sacrificed the best geniuses in the country to keep the tortoise beast. All the ugliness and darkness of this world that he had seen, heard, and experienced appeared before his eyes one by one. Then, what kind of world was this? Jiang Wang's calm and clear eyes gradually became absent-minded. What kind of world was this, standing at the place closest to the Star Dome? Xingyue Plain seemed to be a place where he could reach out and pluck the stars. Above his head, in the vast galaxy of stars in the night sky, there was a squarish star twinkling slightly on a nameless hill outside Xingyue Plain. As for Li Yogui's words of wanting to monopolize Xingyue Plain, Yulong stared at the compass and said casually, "How can it be so simple?" He stared at the movements around Jiang Wang, but did not notice anything. Chapter 1080. The power of the Starlight Sacred Tower was almost all used on oneself. Only the cultivator and the Starlight Sacred Tower, which was built up bit by bit, could cross a long distance and form a power connection. From the perspective of the Starlight Sacred Tower, standing in the distant starry sky, expounding its own Tao to the universe, the Starlight Sacred Tower had the possibility of projecting power outwards, but it was only a possibility, because the distant starry sky was really too far away. It was an unmeasurable and indescribable terrifying distance. Just like what Jiang Wang had observed in the seven-star world, the stars you saw might just be the projections of the stars in the various worlds. Where was the real distant starry sky? It was a place that the sages could only define as distant, under the situation where the main body was not there, just through the Starlight Sacred Tower, crossing the distance of the distant starry sky, and projecting power to the present world, specifically affecting a cultivator in the present world. Even in a place like Star Moon Plain, which was closest to the distant starry sky, it was also a power that Yulong had never imagined. Whether it was Yulong or Li Yugui, it was impossible for them to do such a thing. They couldn't even connect the dots. To deal with Jiang Wang, who was in the inner mansion realm, at most, they would send a god descendant. What else could they do? They were indeed conscientious and responsible, watching Jiang Wang at all times. But the unforeseen events still happened under their noses, and if everything went smoothly tonight, under the watch of 2 god-descendant blue metal, Jiang Wang would undoubtedly be reliable and safe. Even if they looked back, no one would be suspicious about what had happened tonight. On Star Moon Plain, Jiang Wang was in a daze and puzzled. He unconsciously raised his head and looked up at the squarish star in the night sky. His heartbeat unconsciously followed the flickering frequency of the squarish star. Thump, thump, thump. It was constant, long, and cold. We need a world of equality. That intimate voice, which seemed to be filled with love, once again sounded in Jiang Wang's heart. Jiang Wang couldn't help but murmur, "We need sigh at this moment." Jiang Wang heard a soft sigh. This sigh was very gentle. This kind of gentleness was not simply kindness, friendliness, or soft words. Instead, it was due to having a very strong heart that allowed one to calmly face everything in the world. True gentleness must come from a strong heart. The sigh that sounded at this time was produced by the Alioth star power that surrounded Jiang Wang. Suddenly, the rich Alioth star power was like a hand, gently stroking his scalp. Was it Master Guanyin? A thought flashed across Jiang Wang's mind. At the same time, the four-sided star that was flickering at a constant speed seemed to be pressed down by something in the gap between light and darkness. It stopped flickering in the half-light and half-darkness. A huge amount of Alioth star power washed Jiang Wang's body and soothed his divine soul like the water of a hot spring. Jiang Xingyang's secret technique to absorb astral energy must be top-notch. Yu Long, who was observing Jiang Wang from a distance, couldn't help but think. Li Yuyi, who had opened his eyes to look at Jiang Wang again, even said this praise out loud. Tianjiao's opportunities are really extraordinary. I don't know where he learned it. It's really wonderful. They didn't find anything. But on Xingyue Plain, the silent battle was still going on. In a trance, Jiang Wang couldn't help himself. He had hatred and resentment. He didn't understand and was confused about this world. He couldn't help but say in his heart, "This world shouldn't be like this." This sentence seemed to be some kind of beginning that was about to lead this young man, who was not even 20 years old, to another ending. The Alioth star power flowed slowly. Master Guanyan's gentle voice was perceived and accepted by Jiang Wang through the star power. Then, what should this world be like? Jiang Wang's heart was very willing to accept this voice. This was a senior close to him, a person he trusted. So he began to think again. Guanyan's voice continued, "You have your right, and he has his right. Everyone has their own world that they want. The world that everyone wants can't be exactly the same. Then, who should we listen to? Who should make the decision? Who is right? What should this world be like?" These voices flowed slowly in Jiang Wang's heart. Like a clear spring, they washed away the darkness extremely gently and made Jiang Wang sober. Don't say what this world should be like. Don't put your will above the world. When you have such thoughts, when you start to think about what this world should be like, you have already gone astray. No matter how great and bright you are, no matter how kind and compassionate you are, even the greater and more compassionate you are, the greater the sin you will cause. Guanyan's words rang in Jiang Wang's heart one by one. But it wasn't just talking to him. It was as if in a form that Jiang Wang couldn't understand. It was talking to the square star that had stopped flickering at the same time. It's already harsh to ask others by your standards. If you ask the world by your standards, you're evil, but you don't know it. You're a demon among demons. Instead of asking, "What kind of world do you want?" Instead of asking, "What kind of yourself do you want?" Through the power of the Alioth star, Guan Yin finally said, "You are the world itself." At that moment in the night, the square star silently dimmed. On the star-moon plain, Jiang Wang opened his eyes. Guanyan's voice was a kind of Sanskrit. It was the collision of this path and the other path in Jiang Wang's heart. The voice of the square star had already affected Jiang Wang's mind first. The initial catalyst came from Cui Ju at the Master's ceremony and Zhang Yong at the Ninth Return Temple. In fact, it wasn't even Cui Ju and Zhang Yong who took the initiative to do this. It was a terrifying existence who planted a seed in Jiang Wang's heart through them. And it was born in the star-moon plain tonight. The amazing thing about Guanyin was that when he used this path to collide with the other path, he stopped the square star from making a sound again. Compared to the two of them, using Jiang Wang as the battlefield to discuss the Tao, the square star buried the first move and set up a fixed view for Jiang Wang, making Jiang Wang naturally inclined to the other side. As for Guan Yin, after the other party said a few words, he sealed the other party's mouth. Then the outcome was self-evident. No matter how fixed view there was, after the other party shut up, this side could slowly turn around. That was when the square star dimmed. Jiang Wang seemed to hear a muffled groan, but it was faint and not clear. It seemed to be a woman's voice. Guan Yin's voice was perceived by him through the Aliyah star's power. There was a faint and gentle smile. I haven't seen you for a few days. Who did you provoke this time? This voice completely washed away the darkness. Jiang Wang's mind was completely clear at this time, and he understood the cause and effect. A lingering fear arose in his heart. The Pingdang State was indeed an organization that could raise such a big hand. He had almost fallen into their trap just now. It's an organization called the Pingdang State, he replied in his heart. I've never heard of it, Guan Yin said, but the one who affected you just now didn't come in person. That person relied on the fact that the star-moon plane is relatively close to the distant starry sky, projected power through the Starlight Sacred Tower, and used a nearby powerhouse as a bridge to affect you. The nearby I'm talking about refers to the surroundings of the star-moon plane. I can't see beyond the star-moon plane, so I can't provide any advice, but it's probably in the northwest. If you let your friend look for it now, maybe there will be some clues. My friend? Jiang Wang was stunned for a moment. Then he understood that Guan Yin was probably talking about the powerhouse who was secretly following him in the inspection office. Although he didn't know where those people were hiding, if he wanted to contact them, there would always be a way. But, he said in his heart, I'm very sorry to have let people discover your existence. Guan Yin's voice seemed to be laughing. Although I don't want to step foot in the world now, I have nothing to hide. This starlight is like me, flowing as before for thousands of years. If they discover me, then so be it. Chapter 1081. Yulong was still staring at the compass as he chatted with Liu Gui. The wind on Xingyue Plain was already weak when it reached here. Something doesn't seem right, Yulong muttered. From his sky net, in his hand, Xingyue Plain was peaceful. Jiang Qingyang, whom he was staring at, was also bathing in the starlight. There was nothing unusual about him. However, his spiritual perception still felt a little discordant. Liu Gui did not say anything and directly opened his eyes. With this glance, he saw Jiang Wang pulling out his sword and drawing it horizontally in the air. This sword drew a horizontal line, dividing heaven and earth, and ending life and death. It was precisely a famous scholar is still distinguished even when he is in dire straits, and has been in dire straits for 10 years to seek revenge. However, there was no enemy in front of him. It was as if he was facing heaven and earth as his opponent. This sword was indeed not bad, but it did not have any head or brain. Something's wrong. Liu Gui directly rose from the ground and rushed in the direction of Jiang Wang. Yulong directly flipped the compass in his hand and covered it with his other hand. On Xingyue Plain, there was suddenly 12 bright starlight descending from the sky, covering an area of about 150 feet with Jiang Wang as the center. The bright starlight was like a heavenly pillar, instantly shaking the night on Xingyue Plain. It was bright and dazzling, shining in all directions. Every pillar of starlight seemed to connect heaven and earth, supporting the night sky above and the thick earth below. The distance between every two pillars of starlight was exactly the same. This part of heaven and earth was equally divided, and within the pillars of starlight, there were countless lines of starlight that flew out and intertwined with each other. Almost immediately, an airtight cage was constructed, covering Jiang Wang within and protecting him. This was the Skynet. It was the treasure of the city's inspection office. There was also a ground net that was as famous as this treasure. Yulong purposely took out such a magic weapon from the inspection office to protect Jiang Wang's safety and at the same time not give the members of the Pingdang State a chance to escape. At this moment, he flipped his hand and pressed down on the sky, enclosing a ray, protecting Jiang Qingyang from a distance. At the same time, he sealed off the scene. Then, with the sky and closing plate in hand, he followed closely behind Li Yuku into Xinyue Plain. He was cautious, but it was obvious that he had wasted the opportunity to use Tian Luo. Li Yuguwei and Yulong flew into Star Moon Plain. Jiang Wang, who had just sheathed his sword, shouted from afar, "Someone attacked me just now. They should be in the northwest right now." Without another word, the two blue metal immortals of the divine Advent realm sped towards the northwest. Jiang Wang looked at the star pillar cage that trapped him firmly. Although he had no idea what it was, he could sense the might of the school of legalism that did not allow him to escape. He couldn't help but be speechless. "Lord Yu, please retract your divine ability." He chased after him. Fortunately, he had good control over the voice of the five immortals' dream command, and Yulong's ears were still sharp. As he moved swiftly, he raised the Tian Luo compass and kept the Tian Luo formation. The pillar of starlight dissipated. Jiang Wang stood alone under the night sky and was once again submerged in silence. The huge commotion here had, of course, alarmed many people. However, none of the scattered forces on Star Moon Plain dared to come and investigate. Therefore, after the Tian Luo formation disappeared, Star Moon Plain became even quieter. "Master Guanyin, I am really sorry," Jiang Wang said in his heart. Although Master Guanyin said that he had nothing to hide, he did not come last night. It was obvious that he had sensed that someone was observing Jiang Wang. Therefore, he remained silent. It was only when the mysterious master of Ping State tried to influence Jiang Wang that he had no choice but to act. Jiang Wang owed him a big favor. When he helped Guanyin return the monk robe, he did not ask for any gifts. However, Guanyin's guidance since then had already surpassed all the gifts. In tonight's incident, Guanyin's voice descended through the Alioth star's power. He still had a gentle smile on his face. "Although I have left Xiankong Temple and returned to the secular world, I am no longer a Buddhist. But you can't just watch as others lead you astray. Buddhist precepts use stricter rules than laws to restrain the evil in people's hearts. It made every word and action of a cultivator conform to Buddhism's definition of good. However, a true Buddha, a true Bodhi heart, could completely disregard these precepts. They did not need any restraints at all, and their words and actions could still reveal their true intentions. This was also what the Confucian sages had said: follow your heart's desires at 70 years of age, and do not overstep the rules. This meant that according to the Confucian classics, one could cultivate to the realm of following one's heart's desires and following the rules of etiquette for 70 years. In Jiang Wang's eyes, Guanyin was such an existence. In the past, the Sunhai origin world's 500 years of teaching, and tonight's meditation discussion with the mysterious master of Ping State. Jiang Wang was filled with admiration. Although Guanyin had returned to the secular world, it was as if he had an immortal body. He was a true Buddha. Jiang Wang sighed. Jiang Wang really does not know how to repay Master's benevolence. Guanyin smiled. If you regard this as benevolence, then help me repay the heavens and earth. Accumulate more good deeds in the modern realm for me, and that can be considered as helping me cultivate. Jiang Wang said seriously. Doing good and punishing evil is my true intention. Even if Master didn't say it, I would still do so. This junior cannot be so thick-skinned as to say that I will repay you. Guanyin smiled again. In that case, I have already been repaid. He then said, speaking of which, of the 3 envoys who came to the Sunhai origin world, I have only communicated with you. I wonder how the other 2 are doing? Master Guanyin clearly still cared about the few acquaintances he had in the modern realm. Jiang Wang did not hide anything in order to please Guanyin. He shook his head and said, I'm ashamed to say this, but ever since I returned to the modern realm, I've been plagued by worldly affairs. I have no more contact with them. I only know that something happened in Wu Qiuji's sect, but it was also because of official business. Although the 3 of them had fought side by side in the Sunhai origin world, they had formed a friendship. They had also promised each other that they would keep in touch after returning to the modern realm. However, after the passage of time, everyone was busy with their own matters. Su Qiyun searched the world for materials to sculpt Xiao Yu's body, and the thieving heaven manor was good at concealing themselves. Not to mention their figures, they could not even hear any news. Wu Qiuji's Golden Needle sect had caused quite a stir when his martial uncle Wu Yu severely injured the sect master and stole the tribulation-surpassing Golden Needle technique. Jiang Wang's journey had been filled with twists and turns. If there were no special matters, it would indeed be difficult to contact them. After listening to Jiang Wang's story about the Golden Needle sect, Guanyin only sighed softly and did not say anything else. He had only thought of it and asked casually. Whether Jiang Wang contacted Su Qiyun and Wu Qiuji or not, or how they interacted, was up to Jiang Wang. He would not interfere. The Aliyah stellar energy around him became even denser. Jiang Wang's fiery bone lotus was almost fully charged on the spot. Guanyan's voice said, "I have left a chant in your heart. If that person comes again, I will be able to block you. However, this is ultimately a way to treat the symptoms." The methods of the mysterious powerhouse of Ping were indeed impossible to guard against and unavoidable. If it were not for Master Guanyin tonight, he would not even know how he had been hit. He did not know if that person could still use such methods outside of Xingyue Plain. "I am deeply grateful for your kindness," Jiang Wang said sincerely. "How can I treat the root cause?" Guanyin said, "Early establish the holy tower. Of course, you can also become a god early." It was rare for him to make a joke. Then, he said, "Today's good meeting ends here. Young friend Jiang, take care." Jiang Wang could clearly feel it through the fiery bone lotus. The dense Aliyah stellar energy gradually dissipated. Author's note: The Analects of Confucius. When I was 15, I was determined to learn. When I was 30, I stood up. When I was 40, I was not confused. When I was 50, I knew my destiny. When I was 60, I was obedient. When I was 70, I followed my heart and did not violate the rules. Confucius obviously did not mean that one had to learn etiquette for 70 years before they could follow their heart. The author only incorporated it into the cultivation system, so he deliberately gave another explanation. The so-called 6 scriptures inscribe me. It was the same as the previous ignorance. How can one sweep the world if one does not sweep the house? The heart is as clear as a mirror, and so on. In order to prevent people from slandering our country's poor foundation, of course, it was very ordinary to begin with. I will explain it. I will not give another explanation in the future. I have no intention of insinuating anyone, so do not take it personally. I am indeed afraid of being slandered, so I'm overly cautious. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 1082. Jiang Wang wasn't stupid. He was very clear. Today he had discussed the Tao with that mysterious expert from the state of Pingding and left behind a Sanskrit chant to protect himself. Master Guanyin must have expended a lot of energy. Otherwise, with Master Guanyan's gentle temperament, he should have stayed behind to guide his cultivation. He had deliberately mentioned Su Qiyun and Wu Qiuji in the process, probably to prevent him from thinking too much and feeling guilty. This was the heart of Buddha. Today, he couldn't do anything. He really couldn't repay Master Guanyin, who was far away in the forest ocean origin world. He could only cultivate well, and, as Master Guanyin wished, establish a sacred tower as soon as possible, or even become a divine arrival, so that he wouldn't have to trouble Master Guanyin. Jiang Wang silently reflected on his decision to come to Xingyue Plain this time. There was no problem with the entire decision-making process, but it should be said that he underestimated the importance that the state of Pingding placed on him. Logically speaking, to deal with Jiang Wang, who was at the Inner Mansion realm, 1 outer tower cultivator would be enough. 2 outer tower cultivators would be enough to deal with him. But from the previous unimaginable experience, the person from the state of Pingding wasn't just an outer tower cultivator. Not to mention that there was an expert guarding the vicinity of Xingyue Plain as a bridge the capital city's inspection office had mobilized 2 blue metal cultivators to secretly accompany him, which could be considered as sufficient preparations. But when the danger occurred, they were completely unaware. But then again, with the mysterious methods of that mysterious expert from the state of Pingding, if it weren't for the fact that Master Guan Yin happened to be watching at Xingyue Plain, who knew when he would have fallen into the trap. From this point of view, it was a blessing in disguise. It was just that he didn't know whether the groan he heard first belonged to that mysterious expert from the state of Pingding or that bridge. He had already memorized that sound. If it was the former, he might encounter it in the future, so he could be on guard. If it was the latter, Constable Yulong and that Constable Li were pursuing him, perhaps there would be some clues. After carefully combing through the entire process of danger, Jiang Wang discovered one thing. That mysterious expert from the state of Pingding didn't want to kill him here. Instead, he wanted to guide him to acknowledge the state of Pingding's ideals. It seemed that after Cui Ju's failure, he wanted to take advantage of the situation to cultivate another Ju, who could go to the Yellow River meeting. That was why they needed a powerhouse of this level to act. This discovery made Jiang Wang very disgusted. The sympathy he had for this organization because of Zhang Yong disappeared without a trace. Cui Ju's fervent devotion moved him slightly. The series of questions that Zhang Yong had asked him before she died, and the pain, suffering, and anger that he felt made him think for a long time. However, he could not help thinking now. Were Cui Ju and Zhang Yong really willing to sacrifice themselves? Were the beliefs and principles they carried out, the ideals they fought for at all costs, really their free will? Could it be that the mysterious expert from the Pingding state, just like what he did to him tonight, had also guided their ideas? Jiang Wang didn't know, but it was impossible for him not to be suspicious. It really is a cult, he thought. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard a loud shout. "Little junior brother!" Jiang Wang almost drew his sword on the spot. Fortunately, his amazing willpower controlled his instincts. He turned to look and saw a bald monk with a clean appearance walking through the air, looking at him with a face full of surprise. "Little junior brother!" Jingli shouted again. He was very happy. "Are you here to look for me?" Jiang Wang felt a headache coming on. Could this be the legendary fate with Buddha? However, Xingyue Plain was so close to Xinkong Temple. It wasn't completely unreasonable for Jingli to appear here. Jiang Wang was momentarily in a difficult position, not knowing how to address him. He was a person who knew how to repay kindness. No matter what, Cui Ju had saved his life, even though he had beaten him up twice. Alas, he was a perfected person of the present age. There was no need to talk about revenge. He could just treat it as an exchange of pointers. In short, with the friendship between him and Cui Ju, it was somewhat unreasonable for him to keep a respectful distance from Jing Li and call him this monk. But he couldn't call him senior brother, right? "Just call me senior brother," Jing Li reminded him with a smile. Cough, cough. Jiang Wang coughed twice and skipped the matter of addressing him. "Well, I came to Xingyue Plain to cultivate. I have to leave now. What are you doing?" Jing Li was in high spirits. "I was meditating over there when I saw the starlight here. It was quite beautiful, so I ran over to take a look. I didn't expect to meet little junior brother. It seems that Buddha allowed us to meet. Come, junior brother, let's thank Buddha for his kindness." As he spoke, he reached for Jiang Wang's hand. Jiang Wang could only hurriedly put his palms together and said, "Thank you, Buddha. Thank you for your kindness. All right, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. I'll treat you to a meal when I have the chance." He really didn't know how to get along with this passionate monk who called himself senior brother, so he could only leave. "Hey, little junior brother," Jingli called out to him. "Which day?" Jiang Wang froze for a moment. Monk Jing Li had already taken out a booklet from his bosom and pulled out a pen from somewhere. He flipped to a page and assumed a proper posture. He flashed a brilliant smile at Jiang Wang, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. "Junior brother, when you treat me to a meal, senior brother will remember it so that I won't miss the appointment." It seemed that he couldn't be polite with this monk in the future. Jiang Wang thought about it and said, I'm a little busy these days, mainly because of the Yellow River meeting. I can't leave. Come to Lindsay in August, and I'll treat you to a vegetarian feast. How about that? Which day in August? Jingli asked again. Why do I have to do it now? Jiang Wang thought about it and said August 9th. What do you think? All right. Monk Jingli noted it down obediently. On a certain day, little junior brother will treat me to a certain place for a meal. Jiang Wang glanced at the booklet and found that the monk's handwriting was neat and tidy, just like him. How could he be Master Kuju's disciple? Jingli put away the booklet and scratched his head. He said with some difficulty, we have to report before going to Qi, especially in a place like Lindsay. It's a little troublesome. I'm afraid that we'll be delayed. It's not a big deal. I'll just go to the patrol office in the capital to say hello. As a fourth-rank blue medal holder, Jiang Wang had the confidence to pat his chest. After solving this problem, he immediately said, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Jingli turned to look in the direction of Xiankong Temple. He wanted to take his junior brother back to rest and enjoy a period of peace and happiness, but he really had something to do now. This made him a little distressed. Of course, after he turned around, he didn't have to be distressed anymore, because Jiang Wang was already gone. Seeing him looking in the direction of Xiankong Temple, as if some yellow-faced old monk was going to jump out at any time. How could Jiang Wang not run? Kuju was much harder to deal with than Jingli. At least Jingli wouldn't attack him. Chapter 1083. Looking at the empty field under the night sky, Monk Jingli sighed. Lindsay was really a tough place. Even junior brother Jing Shun had lost weight. Running in such a hurry, Chi-Chi's imperial court definitely didn't allow him to rest. Right? How black-hearted must they be? He touched his bald head and turned to walk back. Speaking of which, Master had quarreled with Marshal Uncle Ku Bing a few days ago. He didn't know where Master had gone. He didn't know if Master Ku Bing was doing well outside, Sai. He was actually having a hard time, too. Junior brother and Master both made him very worried. Not long after Jiang Wang left Xingyue Plain, he met Yulong and Li Yugui, who were empty-handed. Since they had already shown their faces, there was no need for them to hide their tracks anymore. It seemed that they had still lost their target. There was indeed an expert hiding there, but it was already too late by the time we got there, Yulong explained. The other party was an expert in this field and wiped out all traces very cleanly. Jiang Wang was very clear-headed. With his mediocre tracking ability, he was far from being qualified to question Yulong and the others. Therefore, he only said, Pingding State is indeed a big trouble. After this, I will obediently stay in the country until the Yellow River meeting begins. Yulong and Li Yugui looked at each other, obviously very satisfied with his understanding. It was still Yulong who said with a smile, if you still want to travel around the eastern region, it's not impossible. But this time, I will have to follow you closely. His words were of course a joke to express their closeness. With a divine Advent realm powerhouse following by his side, what meaning was there in traveling? Moreover, this was a divine arrival realm expert with the title of deity arrester. After this round of traveling, he would probably have no secrets left on him. Jiang Wang also smiled. Although I also want to follow deity arrester to broaden my horizons, the Yellow River meeting is about to begin. I can only wait for the next time. Speaking of which, Yulong was the expert who officially introduced him into the blue metal system. His shackles were also taught by him. In addition, Yulong was very supportive of Zhang Shi. If the blue metal system was divided into factions, they could be counted as one faction. Therefore, their relationship was closer. Both of them laughed. They had a tacit understanding. Li Yugui looked at Jiang Wang and said, to be able to erase the traces in such a short time, that person's strength is definitely not weaker than ours. I'm more curious about how the other party attacked you and how you blocked the attack. Of course, if it's inconvenient for you, you don't have to say. Now, Jiang Wang was qualified to be inconvenient in front of a third-class blue medal. It was not only because of his reputation in Tianjiao, nor was it because of his closeness with Patrol Commandant Zheng Shi. Before this, Liu Gui only thought that Jiang Wang was a young Tianjiao. Then, after these few days of contact, he already firmly believed in this person's future. If he worked so hard, he would definitely achieve something in the future. Jiang Wang thought for a moment, but in the end, he couldn't keep silent. He only said, "The attack came from the spiritual level." Liu Gui's frighteningly bright eyes couldn't help but blink. Although he and Yulong had already deduced that there were only a few kinds of attacks that could escape their attention. In particular, the possibility of attacks and defenses at the spiritual level was the highest. But when Jiang Wang was really sure of this answer, he couldn't help but be shocked. Not only did Jiang Wang have the spiritual skills that were hard to come by, but he also controlled it very well. He even blocked the attack of that level of powerhouse. This was not something that could be explained by the eye of Qianyang at the inner mansion level. Of course, Liu Gui couldn't get to the bottom of it, so he stopped asking. He could only sigh in his heart. The Tianjiao of Tianjiao was indeed extraordinary. "Let's go." Yulong saw that Liu Gui didn't intend to ask any more questions, so he said, "Let's go back to the country first." The three blue metal detectives rose into the air and flew directly back to Qi. The Qi's god-level blue metal detectives had the right to fly across the land of the eastern region without reporting. This was the aftermath of a major case in the early years. At that time, a minister of Qi defected, and almost all the masters of the patrol office went out to hunt him down. But in the process of hunting him down, due to the slow communication with the countries that they passed through, they were not allowed to cross the border. Thus, they missed the best opportunity and allowed the target to escape. The Qi emperor was furious. He accused the country of sheltering the traitor of Qi and said that he wanted to use military force. The country was in fear and trepidation. In order to protect themselves, they signed a treaty with Qi. There was a rule in the treaty that Qi's blue metal detectives could fly across the country without reporting when investigating major cases that involved god-level experts. This meant that in the future, if a god-level powerhouse crossed the border, they had to judge whether the other party was Qi's blue metal before deciding whether to stop them. This treaty was called Zhu He's Treaty. Not long after, it was extended to the entire eastern region. The country that first signed this treaty was called Ming. It used to be one of the 9 Sunrise Nations, but it was later destroyed by Qi. The capital of Ming was now Zhuhe County of Deqi, which was the county where the Golden Needle sect was located. The so-called Zhuhe's Treaty was the embodiment of Qi's hegemony in the eastern region. This was an underground stone room. The layout was very simple. It could be said that there were only 4 walls. There was not even a door. On the 4 walls, there were complicated array patterns. These formation patterns converged into a marvelous whole that blocked all probing and divination outside of the wall. In the middle of the stone room, there was a stone disc. It looked like a millstone, but it was really big. It was about 3 meters in radius. In the middle of the disc was a hole the size of an adult's fist. It was bottomless. With this hole as the starting point, there were 12 deep scales that neatly divided the disc. Other than that, there was nothing else. Tables, chairs, lamps, everything that should have existed in a secret room was gone. There was only a disc and 4 stone walls. When a black shadow appeared here, there was finally a subtle change. The hole in the middle of the disc seemed to be connected to a certain location. A faint sound of wind sounded mournfully. The black shadow did not seem to be abnormal. After entering the stone room, it walked to the front of the disc. When it heard the sound of wind, it took a step back. The sound of wind stopped. An androgynous voice sounded in the hole. "You got rid of it." The black shadow's voice was obviously disguised. It was very hoarse. "I care more about my own safety than you do. That's the best." The voice in the hole said, "For our ideals of equality, you have to live longer and die more meaningfully." The black shadow paused and said, "This mission failed. What should we do with Jiang Wang? Should we send someone else to take the risk and kill him?" "No need." The voice in the hole said, "Although I didn't succeed today, I saw through his background. It's not like I didn't gain anything. The strong master who protected him couldn't hide the aura of Buddhism from me. It can be seen that Jiang Wang is not on the same side as Jiang Shu. Maybe he is. The voice in the hole concealed this part. It suddenly said coldly, a just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. It's talking about Jiangshu. I'll save a chapter today to supplement the manuscript. I'll make sure there's room for revision and maintain the quality. I'll repay the debt tomorrow. Chapter 1084. In the stone room, the Black Shadow was also surprised. After a while, he said, "So that's how it is. Jiang Wang is already someone else's chess piece." The voice in the hollow said, "Therefore, the more talented he is, the more interesting it is. The faster he grows, the more dangerous he will be to Jiangshu in the future." The Black Shadow said, "Then, we don't need to care about him in the future. No, we still need to target him if we have the chance. Just don't kill him." The voice in the hollow said, "We are helping him by attacking him. We are helping him to improve and win Jiangshu's trust." "I understand," the Black Shadow said. "That's all. You should be quiet for a while. Don't attract attention." The voice in the hollow said. Then, in the hollow of the stone plate, the whimpering sound of the wind sounded again. The stone room fell silent. Northern region grassland. On this grassland, where the grass was the most luxuriant, where the wind and rain were the softest, where the cows and sheep were the most plump, it was the foot of Cheonglu Mountain, the place known as the God's Pasture. The powerful empire that now dominated the entire grassland had first walked out from the foot of this mountain. Under the guidance of the great God Song II, it developed from a small tribe of a few hundred people to a great Mu empire that could compete with the strongest countries in the world. There were millions of people who controlled the strings. Wherever the horses stepped, they bowed their heads. When the children of the grassland looked at Cheonglu Mountain, they saw the great miracle of the world. They also saw the final destination of their lives. This mountain had the sky as its roof. Other than the sky, there was nothing that could cover its head. Therefore, it was called Cheonglu. It was also the mountain that held up the sky and gave the children of the grassland a home. The spiritual sustenance of the grassland, Song Tu Palace, was built on top of Cheonglu Mountain. For thousands of years, it overlooked the grassland and watched the fate of life and death. And the supreme palace of the grassland was where the empress of the Mu Empire stopped, beside the treasure of the world, the great sky mirror. This freshwater lake, which was as wide as the sea, was like a mirror embedded in the boundless grassland. According to legend, it was the divine mirror that the goddess of the grassland used to reflect on herself. In the legends of the Mu Empire, the goddess of the grassland was the first messenger of Song Tuesday. She spread the will of God, saved the people of the world, and brought good news to the grassland. When the goddess of the grassland returned to Song Tu God's divine country, she left this mirror on the grassland to reflect the world. As the largest lake in the grassland, the sky mirror had indeed nurtured countless cattle and sheep, allowing the children of the grassland to grow up healthily. If one were to divide the grasslands into the east and west, Cheonglu Mountain would be at the center of the western grasslands, while the sky mirror would be at the center of the eastern grasslands. In the beginning, the Supreme Royal Court was located at the foot of Cheonglu Mountain. As the Mu Empire unified the grasslands, the Supreme Royal Court continued to move and eventually settled beside the sky mirror. It was different from what the Outlanders imagined. Not all Mustang people slept on horseback. The tents they used to rest in were different from the simple tents they used when marching. The tents stretched on, and while they had the characteristics of different tribes, they were also neatly planned. Different areas carried different functions and coexisted harmoniously. Compared to the pavilions and terraces, it had a different style. This was the most suitable city for the grasslands. In terms of extravagance, the Supreme Royal Court was not inferior to any country's capital. Of course, there were also differences. The Supreme Royal Court, which had divine power, could move as a whole. The Supreme Royal Court was also known as the City of Eagles. It meant that it was a city that could fly. For most countries in the world, Moving the capital was a matter of great political significance and rarely happened. It was different on the grasslands. The Supreme Royal Court's migration happened more frequently. It was only in recent years that it slowly settled beside the sky mirror. There were also peddlers on the grasslands. They usually drove 5 horses and roamed around. 2 carried goods, 1 carried people, and 2 took turns to rest. Hence, they were also known as the 5 horse riders. They were guests on the grasslands. They brought goods for the herdsmen in different places and hoped to be warmly received by their owners. At this moment, at the border of the Supreme Royal Court's tent area, a hooded person walked over next to a 5 horse rider who had almost sold all his goods. The scarf was piled high and almost covered half of the person's face. However, the occasional glimpse was still breathtaking. This 5 horse rider did not have much goods left on his horse. There was nothing left to choose. However, the newcomer still picked and chose. The conversation only happened in the ears of both parties. "How is Brother Tiger?" the hooded person asked. The 5 horse rider said, "He seems to be very trusted now. The previous Zhejiang Black Armor commander died from his old injury. He is very likely to be the next one." "It shouldn't be." The hooded person thought for a moment and said, "There must be something behind the death of the previous Zhejiang Black Armor commander." The 5 horse rider said, "There should be something fishy, but I don't have time to investigate." In short, the Zhuang court will definitely not do anything to him. He may not be willing to leave. If I forcefully kidnap him, Duru Hui will definitely be able to catch up. It's enough that he's fine. The rest is not that important. The hooded person nodded. "Let's put it aside for now. We'll talk about it after the Yellow River meeting." "Going to the Yellow River meeting is still too risky." "I don't agree," the 5 horse rider said. "Uncle Deng," the hooded person said, "with the news of third brother, I have to go and take a look." The hooded person who spoke was, of course, Zhao Ruqing. The one who was called Uncle Deng was naturally Deng Yu, who was known as the one finger breaks the river. Du Yahu could tell that there was something wrong with the Maplewood City incident from Jiang Wang's current situation. Jiang Wang could tell that after he became famous, Du Yahu would be in danger. Zhao Ruqing, who was smarter than the 2 of them, would of course not fail to consider this. However, there was a limit to human strength. Although Deng Yu was strong, it was difficult for him to find out the truth outside the Zhuang Palace alone. He could only tell Zhao Ruqing what he saw. Deng Yu, who was disguised as the 5 horse rider in the Supreme Royal Court, said, "Since we know that he is in Qi and is doing well, we can go and see him after the Yellow River meeting." Can you imagine? He came from a small place like Maplewood City. He has no background, no teacher, and no one to rely on, but in the end, he became a number 1 in the inner mansion of Qi's younger generation and represented Qi in the Yellow River meeting. Can you imagine what he has gone through? The fact that he can reach this step shows that he is not doing well. Zhao Ruqing said, "I can't wait. I can't wait any longer. If he can become the champion of a world, there should be a few old friends who can witness his glory. I will wear a mask and just watch. I won't be discovered." Deng Yu was silent for a while. Ever since they entered the desert, Zhao Ruqing rarely spoke so much. This showed his complicated emotions. The Yellow River meeting. Deng Yu sighed. "Don't follow me this time," Zhao Ruqing said. "Just find a place to rest on the grassland. After I've read it and come back, we'll decide what to do next." There were many people at the Yellow River meeting, and there were many powerhouses. He could blend in with Mu Guo's team. With Yuan Duo's cover, there would be no problem. However, it was difficult for a powerhouse like Deng Yu to hide his identity. It would be dangerous to go to the Yellow River meeting. "You are a man of your own ideas." Deng Yu looked at him and said deliberately, "Since Jiang Wang is still alive, can you go back to being depressed?" Zhao Ruqing shook his head. Third brother is a strong person on the outside. He doesn't care about many things and can laugh it off. However, if he wants to care about something, he will care about it until the end. He won't just let the matter of Maplewood City go. He took out a jade hairpin from his bag. "There are some things I can't do. However, if he wants to do something, I have to be able to help him." He handed a few pieces of silver to the 5-horse riders and turned to leave. Chapter 1085, with Yulong and Li Yugue accompanying him. The journey back to Qi was smooth. Crossing the border was indeed much more convenient. It took 3 days to arrive and only 1 day to return. Of course, for the countries that were crossed, it was probably not a good experience. When they were about to reach Xingyang town, Jiang Wang said in the air, "I am truly grateful for the protection of the two sirs. This subordinate's fief is not far ahead. Recently, a new Zhengyin Hall was built overseas. It has a unique view and is quite wonderful. I wonder if you two are interested in listening?" Yulong and Li Yugue were both accommodating Jiang Wang's speed. In order to show their closeness, Yulong and Jiang Wang discussed the use of the prison chain for a while. It was quite beneficial to Jiang Wang. They could be considered to get along well. Jiang Wang's invitation was also a sign of closeness. He was not a person who knew how to act, but under the circumstances where the seniors took the initiative to show their goodwill, he would not be completely ignorant and pretend to be arrogant. Yulong sneered and looked at Li Yugue. "I'm a person who has left office. I don't have much to do all day. I'm more than happy to have a place to sit and kill time. I just don't know if Master Li is free." This was helping Jiang Wang to keep the guests. Li Yugue smiled and said, "What's wrong with stealing half a day of leisure?" Jiang Wang was half a body's length behind at first. At this moment, he stepped on the Qingyun mark and accelerated in front, taking the initiative to lead the way. "Sirs, please follow me." In terms of the official position in the blue metal system, it was natural for him to consider himself as a subordinate. At this moment, he was even more intimate. For Jiang Wang, it was just an occasional thought. He wanted to tie the knot with the two seniors in the blue metal system. But to the Qingyang Town Hall, this was already a very perplexing task. Qingyang Town was just a small town. The highest official they had seen in the past was their own lord, Lord Jiang, who had a 4th-grade blue medal in advance. But this time, the two who accompanied their lord to town, the medal hanging on Li Yojo's waist was a 3rd-rank blue medal. As for Yulong, he was even more excessive, because he had solved countless cases during his term of office and had accumulated a lot of merit. He was promoted to a 2nd-grade official when he left his post. In terms of rank, he was considered a 2nd-grade official. The officials of the Political Affairs Hall and the generals of the 9 soldiers in the Military Affairs Hall were only at this level. Although Yulong's rank of 2nd rank couldn't be compared to those real 2nd-rank officials, for the majority of the people in Qingyang Town, it was a difference that they wouldn't be able to understand in their lifetime. In short, they were all big shots that could scare people to death. After such a long period of tempering, De Guichao could be considered to be independent. However, due to his limited experience, it was hard for him to avoid being flustered and clumsy with his words. Fan Qingqing had been overseas for so many years, so she naturally had seen the world. However, she did not expect that Tianjiao, whom she had no choice but to submit to, would be so powerful in Qi at such a young age. There was no need to elaborate on the whole welcoming process. The performance of Qingyang Town Hall was inevitably a little petty. However, Jiang Wang was calm throughout the whole process and had no intention of covering up his shortcomings. His elegance had always come from his own strength and temperament. He would not be overshadowed by the lack of foundation of his fief. When the 3 of them sat in the newly built Zhengshang Hall, Jiang Wang smiled and said, "I have neglected the management of my fief. I have made a fool of myself in front of you. This is also the first time I have sat in this Zhengshang Hall. I am afraid that I have done something wrong. Please forgive me." When he first came to take a look, he knew that the Zhengshang Hall would be completed in these 2 days. Therefore, he came up with the idea to invite the 2 big shots of the blue metal system to listen. As expected, Fan Qingqing did not disappoint him and completed the construction in time. However, he had to listen to the Hall of Righteousness's righteousness to know what it was like. Yulong and Li Yugue were used to seeing the world. They had seen many prosperous fiefs. Of course, they had also seen fiefs that were much worse than Qingyang Town. Therefore, they were not dissatisfied. On the contrary, Yulong had a lot of praises. Your fief is full of people's spirit. It can be seen that the governance is good and the people are loyal to you. This is a 1,000-year foundation. These words faintly implied that Jiang Wang would become a perfected person in the future. Of course, they were auspicious words. Jiang Wang also smiled and said, "If we really want to continue for 1,000 years, we will need Lord Yu to take care of us." He naturally knew how to say nice words. Yulong would definitely become a perfected person. Only then would he be able to take care of Qingyang town for 1,000 years. Liu Gui, on the other hand, was more practical and said to the point, "Although your town is not big, there are many talents. The people live in peace. It will not be bad in the future." A small Qingyang town, but its supernatural power was not weak. Not to mention the little girl mayor and the sloppy cultivator named Zhang Hai. There was also Fan Qingqing, a senior intermansion cultivator. It could be said that the town was full of talents. Most importantly, with his and Yulong's background, they were very clear about Jiang Wang's background. She knew that he had built all of this from scratch. He was not like those sons of aristocratic families who only needed to focus on cultivation when they took up a post. Their families had already arranged everything. They did not lack any talents. No matter how rich the place was, they could build it. Jiang Wang just smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind words." He did not feel embarrassed because his subordinates had not seen the world. At this moment, he also did not feel proud because of the praise from the two big figures in the blue metal system. He calmly said to Fan Qingqing softly, "Please test the sound." Fan Qingqing spent a lot of effort to build the Hall of Righteousness. It was built according to the standards of the old haunt of the Five Immortals sect. Firstly, it was to perform well in front of Jiang Wang. Secondly, she was indeed willing to settle down in the more stable Qi, especially after seeing Jiang Wang's more and more long-term future. The Hall of Righteousness was built on a nameless bamboo mountain in Qingyang town. To listen to the Hall of Righteousness, of course, one had to listen to the sound of nature. The mountain was full of green bamboos. Every time the wind blew, the bamboos would rustle. Fan Qingqing searched all over Qingyang town before she found a most suitable place. Speaking of which, it was not far from the Hu's mine where many stories had happened. After this hall was built, it was the first time that it opened. Fan Qingqing was very confident. With her cultivation and vision, there would be no mistakes if she supervised the construction of the Hall of Righteousness. She walked to the left side of the hall, pinched a seal, and then gently pushed the window. Have you heard the wind? The wind was gentle when it brushed the weeping willows. The wind was violent when it destroyed the rotten wood. The wind gently swept across the water, and it was shallow ripples. The wind knocked on the window, and it was longing. At this moment, the gust of wind passed through the bamboo forest happily. In a cluster of bamboo leaves, it blew a beautiful whistle. It squeezed out the dense bamboo leaves, rolled the bamboo branches, and gently swayed. The sea of bamboos rippled when the wind came. The sound of the wind, the sound of the leaves, and the sound of the bamboo were all in the Hall of Righteousness. In the Hall of Righteousness, everyone was silent for a long time. It's really wonderful. Yulong sighed. After being in the cage for a long time, it's back to nature. There was a saying, it's easier to cultivate when you're in the government. He spent half his life in the office and did many things, but he was also burdened by human relationships. He had retired a few years ago, wanted to have a breakthrough in cultivation. However, it was not so easy to get rid of human relationships, and he was invited to come out from time to time, rather than saying that the sound of nature was wonderful. It was better to say that the sound of nature hit a part of his heart. Liu Gui said, "With this hall, this mountain is not nameless." Compared to Yulong, he was much more ambitious in the government. If he could squeeze into the Hall of Righteousness, the possibility of becoming a perfected person would be slightly higher. If he could not, like Yulong, he would be promoted to an official and would have more resources, which would be convenient for his cultivation after retirement. Therefore, when he heard the sound of the wind and the bamboo, he first thought of its value. Jiang Wang smiled and said, "It's better to meet by chance than by invitation. Lordly, please give this mountain a name." Since they had decided to be on good terms, Liu Gui did not hesitate. He immediately said, "The sound of the wind and bamboo is soothing to the ear. The desk is tiring, and this hall calms the heart. Why don't we name this mountain Tranquility? P.S. After being in a cage for a long time, it's back to nature." Tao Yuanming, returning to the garden, without the sound of wind and bamboo, without the tiring of the desk. Lu Yushi, epigraph of my shack at night. Chapter 1086. Liu Gui personally named Funing Mountain. From then on, it was a friendship. As for Yu Lung, the chain that imprisoned him was a friendship. This trip to Xingyue Plain was indeed worth it. Jiang Wang still needed time to digest the gains from Master Guan Yan's Zen discussion with the Pipping country's powerhouse. Even in the blue metal system, Jiang Wang could do whatever he wanted. The son of the patrol officer was on good terms with him. The deputy patrol officer with real power, Yang Weitong, was on good terms with him. The retired arrestor Yu Lung was on good terms with him. The active rank, 3 blue metal Liu Gui, was also on good terms with him. And on the other side, Lin Yuxi also promised not to take the initiative to investigate him in the future. Behind this person stood Uriel, who had great influence in the green card system. In other words, some of the patrol officers in the capital city would not provoke him, while some would only help him. The rest could be said to be insignificant. Although these relationships were not as solid as his relationship with Yin Fu and Li Longchuan, this foundation was already not bad. Even if he left his friends like Cheng Gongsheng, the current Jiang Wang could be said to have taken root in Qi. But Jiang Wang had a clear understanding of his own. He knew how much of this kindness was due to his participation in the Yellow River meeting. From now on, whether he could advance further in the state of Qi or stay where he was would ultimately depend on his performance at the Yellow River Conference. This was the most important thing. Jiang Wang activated the immortal sound state. After listening to the Zhengshang Hall, he gave Fan Qingqing some opinions. In the entire Zhengshang Hall, there was a slight disharmony in where needed to be adjusted. He was even accurate to the placement of a certain table and chair. Fan Qingqing might not agree, but on the surface, she was respectful and said that she would adjust as soon as possible. But Jiang Wang did not mind, as long as she was obedient. After she finished adjusting, she would know who was right. Since the Zhengshang Hall had been built, he decided on the spot for Fan Qingqing to go to the Taishu Corner Tower. He did not walk the path of the official road and was often a hands-off shopkeeper. Thus, rewards and punishments were of the utmost importance. In addition, Liujiu had a nephew who was also very interested in the great illusionary land. Big Boss Jiang still waved his brush and made a quota for both of them. After that, he specially called Xiao Xiao over and gave her some pointers on her cultivation, giving her a few words of encouragement. Dugu Xiao was his earliest follower, and also the person he trusted the most in the entire Qingyang town. But that was all there was to it. Her cultivation talent was not outstanding, and her ability to handle the town's affairs was not bad. However, in the world of transcendence, she would only fall further and further behind. After dealing with the matters of the town, Jiang Wang and the 2 blue metal seniors set off for Linzi. As for how Yu Lung and Liu Gui would report this to their superiors, it was easy to predict. It was impossible for them to make it up. However, they would definitely spread the news to the higher-ups about Jiang Wang's importance to the fief, his sense of belonging to the Qi territory, and the fact that he cultivated diligently. This was called friendship. Jiang Wang did not waste too much time in Qingyang town. After he leisurely stepped into the air and left, Dugu Xiao silently entered the Zhengshang Hall to tidy up. After dealing with government affairs in Qingyang town for so long, she also had some dignity when she should have. Only in front of Jiang Wang did she still regard herself as a maidservant. This was because Master Zhang's maidservant was probably the closest relationship she could maintain with Jiang Wang. Although she was not old, Everything she had experienced made her very clear-headed. She had always cleaned Jiang Wang's small courtyard in Xingyang town by herself, changing the bedsheets and bedding regularly, and refusing to let others do it. Fan Qingqing naturally came over to help. Dugu Xiao hurriedly stopped her. "Sister, don't move. What kind of person are you? How can you do this? Let me do it." In terms of age, it was not a problem for Dugu Xiao to call her aunt. But in the end, it was her sister who found it pleasing to the ear. Dugu Xiao wouldn't be so blind. Her current cultivation was all guided by Fan Qingqing, and she usually served her very attentively. Used to living a hard life, she knew best how to seize opportunities. There was nothing she couldn't lower her head or bend her waist. Poor people did not care about those things. Fan Qingqing also took advantage of the situation and casually closed the window. She said casually, "Do you feel that you are getting farther and farther away from Master Jiang?" Dugu Xiao wiped the chairs in the hall with a snow-white flannel cloth and laughed. "Master Jiang has always been high and mighty. He has always been so far away." Fan Qingqing was experienced in worldly affairs. Naturally, she could see Jiang Wang's position in Dugu Xiao's heart. From her point of view, Jiang Wang had entrusted such an important place to Dugu Xiao to take care of. This in itself was a great show of trust. Dugu Xiao had the opportunity to go further. She felt so. And with the fact that she and Dugu Xiao were master and disciple, and Dugu Xiao was such a little girl, if Dugu Xiao could get more from Jiang Wang, she could also get more. One Dashing Trading Company, one Taishu Corner Tower, they were already too much for her to take in. Jiang Wang was now going to participate in the Yellow River meeting and compete with the foreign countries of Tianjiao. She simply could not imagine his future. And Jiang Wang, this person, looked gentle, humble, unguarded, and very easy to coax. But in fact, he was quiet and insistent, and very difficult to shake. This could be seen from Jiang Wang's performance in the series of events in the offshore islands. She was one of the first island cultivators to come into contact with Jiang Wang, but at the beginning, she did not understand Jiang Wang at all. Relatively speaking, it was definitely easier to start with Dugu Xiao. She did not have any bad intentions. She just wanted to take shelter under Jiang Wang, this big tree that was growing strong and strong. She wanted to occupy more shady places and reach out to pick more fruits to eat. Silly girl. Fan Qingqing smiled and said, "No matter how high and mighty you are, in the end, you are not made of mud and wood. You must have 7 emotions and 6 desires. There's a big difference between being close and being distant." Dugu Xiao's hands did not stop, and she still smiled very innocently. "Lord Jiang is very close to me. He doesn't even let other people clean his room." Fan Qingqing thought Dugu Xiao was a little girl who did not know anything. But in fact, she had guided Dugu Xiao's cultivation for so long, but she did not even know what Dugu Xiao Xiaotian was, and she did not know the existence of the divine seal technique. From this, it could be seen that although Fan Qingqing was experienced in the ways of the world, Dugu Xiao's thoughts were also very deep. Compared to Fan Qingqing's eagerness, Dugu Xiao was actually very clear-headed. She understood how everything she had today came about. Why did a grand intermansion stage cultivator have such a good attitude towards her? She, who had experienced the fickleness of human nature since she was a child, knew the reason too well. As long as she did her part and did not make Jiang Wang sick of her, she would be able to keep her current happy life. If she was really greedy and insatiable, then she would be seeking her own death. Of course, she would not tell Fan Qingqing this. She knew Lord Jiang's temperament, and this was her advantage compared to Fan Qingqing. She did not have many advantages, but she would properly maintain them. Maids are different from maids. Fan Qingqing smiled ambiguously. "In my early years overseas, I obtained some secret techniques. If you can learn them well, I guarantee you will enjoy endless benefits." Dugu Xiao lowered her head, appearing very shy. Xiao Xiao is afraid of being clumsy. "As long as you are willing to learn," Fan Qingqing pulled her hand and said meaningfully, "Nothing is difficult in this world. I'm afraid that if you are willing..." Chapter 1087. The Wei River went around Xianyang City and headed towards the northwest. It was a rare river that was not connected to other rivers. Great Qin, the strongest country in the world, was right in front of the Wei River. From this northwest position, it looked down on the west and even the world. The strength of Great Qin was needless to say. Within the west, there was no one who could fight. On the other hand, in the year 3917 of the Taoist calendar, the intense battle that took place in the valley directly pushed the Great Qin Empire to the position of strongest, slightly suppressing Eastern Qi. It seemed that it could compete with the Kingdom of Jing in the central region. The Great Shu Kingdom, which had a strong army and powerful magic weapons, and was known as the imperial treasury that had been filled for 3,000 years, and the art of magic was the best in the world, swallowed the bitter fruit of defeat and directly gave up their many years of operation in the western region. They had no choice but to retreat to the southern region to lick their wounds. They had almost lost their influence in the west. The world-famous General Xiang Longxiang died in the army. Tianjiao Zhuoguanglia was chased for 1,000 miles and died in a nameless place in Zhuang. The former was the present turn. The latter was the loss of the future. Even Zhuoguanglia's future was not just promising. Before he died in battle, he was already a world-famous talent. He was an important general in the Great Chu military, the young master of the Great Chu Zhuo family, and the next leader of the Great Chu Six Teachers, the Red Pheasant. The so-called Red Pheasant meant to touch with blood, daring to face the enemy head-on. The core of its spirit was to fight to the death against any enemy. In the Battle of the Valley, such a strong army, like the Red Pheasant, had lost more than half of its members. Zhuoguanglia broke through the formation alone and broke through Hanga Pass. Maybe he wanted to repeat the time when Xiong Tu led a lone army to penetrate deep into the enemy's rear and destroy Xia. Unfortunately, he failed at the last minute and fell in Tianjiao. On the valley plains, the battle that involved close to 100,000 cultivators and millions of ordinary soldiers seemed to have happened yesterday. Those who experienced it were still licking their wounds and feeling the pain. However, it also seemed very far away, because today, Xianyang City did not feel the slightest bit of war atmosphere. One could only see jade pavilions with red decorations and strong wine in tall buildings. There were people weaving together, carriages flowing like water, and horses like dragons. People might say, the Qin Palace abandons fat water, but the Wei River makes it greasy. From this, it could be seen that the Qin Imperial Palace was filled with beauties. Only in times of peace could beauty be considered beauty. Only a woman would have the mind to dress up, and only a man would have the mind to chase after her. The world was never peaceful. The reason why Qin was able to enjoy such peace was naturally because it was powerful. For example, the people of Qi could roam freely in the countryside. Only under the protection of Xiuzhe would dare to go on a long journey. It was the same principle. West of Xianyang City, in Count Fu. On this day, a man with listless eyes and slovenly appearance came to the door. Without saying a word, he walked into the Count's mansion. This person was not dirty and had an indescribable aura. He did not make people think of him as a beggar, especially when he walked overconfidently and confidently, as if he was returning home, making people unable to figure out what was true and what was false. They were afraid that he was some kind of strange person, or perhaps he was a natural descendant of a prestigious family. Therefore, the doorman didn't chase him away immediately. Instead, he asked in a restrained manner, "May I ask if you have a visiting card? I don't have an invitation." The visitor said lazily, "It's just that when I traveled west to the Qin dynasty, I heard that the young master of the Wei family is the #1 soaring dragon in the world. So I came to ask." The #1 soaring dragon in the world might not be the #1 in the world, but at least he was the undisputed #1 in the Qin dynasty. His surname was Wei. His name was Yu. He was the son of Count Wei Qiu of the Qin. If the visitor dared to ask Wei Yu, he probably had something to rely on. The doormen of Count Fu were not idiots. They wouldn't be stupid enough to offend someone of unknown origins. So he asked, "May I ask who recommended you?" The visitor glared with a pair of dead fish eyes. His voice was weak. "No one recommended me. I found myself." He didn't look like an expert at all. The doorman didn't believe that this person who didn't seem to have any strength could fight with his young master. But he didn't humiliate him. He looked at the person and said with a troubled expression, "The Count Fu has its own rules. You don't have an invitation, and no one recommended you. This one is afraid that you cannot enter." He wasn't afraid that the visitor would cause trouble. In this Xianyang city, no one had been able to escape from the law. In the early years, Wu Yangjun had been beaten 100 times. He had taken off his pants and beaten outside the palace gates. Many people had seen the buttocks of the imperial family. He wasn't afraid, but as a doorman of Count Fu, he received a generous stipend every month and would often receive some gifts. His life was very comfortable. Unless the main family ordered him, he didn't have to do anything to offend people. If he made trouble for the main family, he wouldn't have a long life, and his little life would be in danger. The visitor didn't have any intentions of making trouble. He only asked, "Can I trouble you to send a message? I think that your young master is the #1 soaring dragon in the world and doesn't fear a challenge." "Uncle," the doorman apologized. "I'm so sorry. This one's words carry little weight. This one really doesn't dare to casually disturb the main family. How about you think of a way to find someone to recommend you?" The visitor sighed and said, "If that's the case, then this one is offended." The doorman quickly retreated and said harshly, "What do you want to do? This is in..." His voice suddenly stopped, because he hadn't detected anything. Between the two fingers of the person's raised right hand, there was a piece of deep black cloth. He lowered his head to look at the corner of his robe. He found that at some unknown time, a corner had been cut off. That cut was very neat. When he used his finger to lightly brush it, there was a faint prickling pain. As a doorman of Count Fu, he had some experience and knew that this person was an expert. "Why did you cut off the corner of my robe?" "I didn't offend you," the doorman said. If it was someone more particular, he probably wouldn't have any presence of an expert. Which expert would argue with a doorman? Fortunately, this uninvited guest with a stubble of beard didn't have the presence of an expert. He just flicked his fingers forward. The corner of cloth in his hand was like an arrow leaving the bow. It immediately shot in front of the doorman, and even brought with it the sound of the wind breaking. But when it came close to the doorman, it floated down and landed in his hand. The uninvited guest said, "With this as an invitation, if your young master is a real person, you will come to see me." These words had a lot of presence. However, there was no light in his eyes, and his words were lazy and powerless. It sounded very light and made people unable to raise their spirits. But the doorman of Count Fu already felt it wasn't ordinary. He gripped the corner of his robe and asked, "This one will go and report. May I ask for sir's name?" "Forward." The visitor seemed to yawn and said without any presence, "P.S. The Qin Palace discards fat water, but the Wei stream can be greasy. From the Wei stream is greasy, but discards fat water. Ode to the Apang Palace, Dumu." Just like the old days of traveling to the garden, carriages flowing like water and horses like dragons. Memories of Jiangnan, Liu. Chapter 1088. The doorman didn't dare to ask more. He walked forward and hurried into the house to report to his master. Wei was only 19 years old, but his swordsmanship was superb. He was invincible in Xianyang in the same realm. He wasn't a pampered person. He was only good at personal fights. He was young, but he had already trained in the Taming Fierce Army. Zhen Xing was not a normal military bugle. Qin had 10 soldiers, known as the strongest in the world. Zhen Xing was ranked 5th. In the past, other than the leading Barong, almost every army had a beast in their name. For example, the 2nd ranked Ao Long, the 3rd ranked Phone Quebec. After the Taming Fierce Army appeared and replaced one of them, in less than 100 years, the other bugles with the word beast were replaced one after another. Even in the fiercely competitive Qin Empire, it was rare to see a change in a strong army like Qin Shibing. Therefore, this army used the name Zhen Xing, meaning to suppress the fierce people, far better than the first army. Another meaning was that Zhen meant night hunting, with the meaning of evil spirits eating people. Zhen Xing was to suppress these evil deeds, so that the people of Qin would not have to worry at night. When Ao Long and Feng Ke were still around, this army was able to keep this name. It could be seen how strong they were. In the army, strength was respected. Wei Yu, who had trained in such a strong army, had combat power that was not fake. He was called the #1 soaring dragon in the world, and the people of Xianyang respected him. However, titles like the #1 flowing meridian in the world, heavenly cycle, heavenly connection, #1 soaring dragon in the world, because it could not be used in a situation like the Yellow River meeting, it was not recognized by the world. In short, every strong country had one. It wasn't just the 6 strongest countries in the world, Jing, Qin, Qi, Chu, Jing, and Mu. Some strong countries also had the so-called #1 in the world. Of course, countries would not recognize each other as the #1 in the world. There were more than a dozen versions of the famous weapon catalog, not to mention the rankings of these low and middle-level practitioners. Only the Qi Wang Yi Wu, the #1 heavenly connection in history, could be considered genuine and recognized by the world, because he had truly broken the limits of history and left a milestone in the history of cultivation. But just as many experts had always thought, no matter how great the #1 reaching Heaven State warrior was, he was still just a reaching Heaven State warrior. It wasn't convincing enough for the future. After Wang Yiwu had been defeated by Jiang Wang in the same realm, the title of the #1 reaching Heaven State in history had become less and less glorious. Back to Wei Yu. He naturally knew what was good for him. When he saw the piece of cloth in the doorman's hand, he could feel the visitor's sharp sword intent. He stopped his sword dance and asked in a clear voice, "Who is this person?" He refused to tell me his name and only asked me to report to you as soon as possible. The doorman wiped his sweat and said, "He said that if your name matches your appearance, you won't avoid meeting him." What genuine goods at fair prices? Of course, he didn't dare to tell the truth. But even after the embellishment, in Wei Yu's ears, these words were too impolite. He didn't even dare to report his name, yet he had the nerve to say that he was in name. Interesting. Wei Yu sheathed his sword and walked out leisurely. I'll meet him for a while. The Earl's mansion was deep and far away. Wei Yu walked out of the mansion slowly and glanced outside. He couldn't help but ask, where is he? There were pedestrians coming and going outside the Earl's mansion, but no one stopped. On the left, there was a man squatting by the wall and basking in the sun. Other than that, there was no one blocking the door. The doorman rushed forward and looked around. He pointed at the man squatting by the wall like an old farmer and said, "Young master, he's the one who's looking for you." He hurried forward and greeted the strange man. "Uncle, my young master is here." Before he could finish his sentence and get closer, the man turned his head lazily and interrupted him. "What, uncle?" "Brother, if we're in order of age, I might be younger than you." He supported himself with one hand and stood up slowly. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with calling a doorman his brother. But when he looked at the young master behind the doorman who was holding his sword in silence, he didn't feel inferior at all. "You're the #1 soaring dragon of the Qin state, Wei Yu?" Wei Yu smiled gracefully. "That's me." "You came so slowly," the person complained rudely. "Really, I'm tired from waiting." Wei Yu was gracious, but he didn't have a temper. Hearing this, he frowned and said, "Sir is hiding your head and showing your tail. You don't even dare to say your name, and you're afraid of waiting for a while? What hiding head and showing your tail?" The person had a puzzled expression. "Didn't I tell you I'm called Xiang Qian?" The doorman of Ian Earl's mansion wanted to cover his face. So this person's name was Xiang Qian, not Xiang Qian. Wei Yu was silent for a moment, and then said, "I heard that Brother Xiang has come to visit to ask me about a sword." He looked at Xiang Yi seriously and asked, "Where is the sword?" Xiang Qian was still standing by the wall with that slovenly and lazy appearance. He said coolly, "The sword is everywhere." Once the words came out, in the eyes of Wei Yu and the doorman, they suddenly saw sharpness on this person. Especially in Wei Yu's perception, that sharpness kept on burrowing outwards. It was as though this person in front of him, this body, could no longer hide his sword. "Good." Wei Yu couldn't help but praise. "Sir, please come and ask." He was already excited by the prospect and couldn't resist testing his sword outside the gates of this earl's mansion to decide victory here. But this person called Xiang Qian used that pair of dead fish eyes to glance at him, and then said, "I have traveled west to test my sword. I have no intention of hurting your face, no intention of stealing your reputation. How about we enter the mansion to test your sword?" Wei Yu smiled and slowly pulled out his long sword, holding it to his right. "You can hurt my face, you can steal my reputation. This Wei will not be angry. As long as you can do it." Xiang Qian lowered his head slightly to show respect. "If so, then this Wei will offend you." Only this greeting at this moment made Wei Yu feel that this challenger indeed had an extraordinary background and was not a person who only had martial art skills. Therefore, his hand that gripped the sword loosened slightly. It was more comfortable, smoother, and more serious. At this time, Xiang Qian raised his head. When he raised his head, he had already drawn his sword. The moment he raised his head, the pair of lifeless dead fish eyes had already become sharp and radiant. And Wei Yu saw a streak of light in this pair of eyes that had become sharp. That dot of light became further and further away in this pair of eyes, and closer to him. It was the art of the flying sword. This thought suddenly formed in Wei Yu's mind. Instinctively, he held his sword horizontally in front of him. This horizontal stroke was like a mountain falling down, towering for thousands of miles. It was firm and could not be broken. Clang! This sound shook the street in front of the earl's mansion and caused the passers-by to look. This stat of cold light collided with the sword that Wei Yu held horizontally in front of him. Bam! Wei Yu, along with his sword, retreated more than 5 steps. His foot pressed against the wall of the door before he managed to stop his retreat. P.S. Chi has the meaning of night hunting. But the part about evil spirits eating people was something I extended myself to increase the persuasiveness of the story. It can be said that I twisted it. In short, students should not take it seriously. Don't ruin the exam. There will be at night. After that, as long as I don't say there is none in advance, there will be at night, until the debt is paid off. Chapter 1089. A cold light flashed, and Wei Yu retreated with his sword. When the pedestrians on the road looked over, they saw Wei Yu holding his sword in front of him and leaning against the wall. They could not help but hold their breaths. Wei Yu was not a nobody. He was the #1 soaring dragon in the world, recognized by the Qin people, the Tianjiao of the Great Qin. His future was limitless, and the future was not just in front of him. Now, he was fighting with someone of the same realm, but he seemed to be at a disadvantage. Who was his opponent? Good. Wei Yu praised again. I yearn for the glory of the flying sword era and hate it so much. I didn't expect to see such an ancient flying sword in this day and age. Wei Yu, am fortunate. He turned his sword sideways and slanted it in front of him. He stepped on the ground with his back foot and shot out. An extremely powerful and ferocious sword intent gathered his body and mind, condensing his momentum and power. It roared and condensed continuously. In the end, he and his sword both moved forward. However, he still stood in his original position and leaned against the wall. He only casually raised his hand in front of him, raised his index finger slightly, and gently pushed forward. Clang! A cold light seemed to appear out of thin air and collided with the tip of Wei Yu's sword. Wei Yu did not want to use this sword at all. He was still 7 steps away from his opponent. However, he had no choice. Just now, his sword told him that if he did not use this sword, he would die. Before the momentum and intent were complete, the sword had already been used. It was only at this moment when the tips of the swords collided that he saw his opponent's sword clearly for the first time. It was a flying sword without a handle. At this moment, it had enlarged to more than 2 feet. Its entire body was filled with sword light. There was not a single spot that was not sharp and dazzling. It was as if it did not have any substance, but was a sword formed from endless sword light. However, it was so real that it was able to counteract his sword. He couldn't use any magical techniques. None of his magical techniques would be able to stop this sword. Wei Yu was very clear about this. Other than swinging his sword, any action was a burden at this moment. He could only rely on the sword in his hand and the extraordinary sword technique that he had diligently practiced. His swordsmanship had always been his strongest point. At that moment, Wei Yu activated her Tao essence with all her might and channeled it into the sword. She used her strength to push the flying sword forward. Then he turned around and drew a wonderful arc in the air, cutting open the flowing wind. He was fast and ruthless as he moved his sword to chase after the enemy. Clang! Another sound rang out. When Wei Yu approached with her sword, she had no choice but to attack in advance and was forced to stop by the flying sword. Can I be like this? This was the only thought in Wei Yu's mind. With a flip of his wrist, the long sword in his hand also followed the flying sword and twisted it a few times. The spiraling sword Qi created a whirlpool in the air, temporarily controlling the extremely agile flying sword. What a marvelous swordsmanship! As for Wei Yu herself, she followed the opening that she had created with her sword Qi and approached him. Clang! The sword that he had prepared to use to kill had no choice but to slash out in advance to block the flying sword that had suddenly appeared in front of him. Others might not be able to understand, but he was able to. This flying sword was too sharp. It easily shattered his spiraling sword Qi and was not restrained at all. It was not that the other could not dodge that attack, but purposefully gave him a chance to waste his killing blow at this moment. What kind of judgment was this? What kind of swordsmanship was this? Wei Yu gritted his teeth and turned around again. His sword light slashed out 3 times and forced the flying sword aside. He stepped onto the wall of the yard and then fell down from the sky. This sword was brilliant and grand. Clang! His sword, which had flown from the sky, was forced to turn around and come back. In the eyes of the disciples of Count Fu and the increasing number of people that had gathered in front of the Count Fu, what they saw was Wei Yu, who was known as the first soaring dragon of the Qin. He continuously attacked and moved forward, but he was continuously forced back. From beginning to end, he could not get within 5 steps of the enemy. That man who stood motionless like a rock by the wall and only raised his sword looked so terrifying at this time. It seems that this is the case. He leaned forward and whispered in a voice that no one could hear. He had only raised his index finger all this time. At this time, he also raised his middle finger, the 2 fingers together. His thumb, ring finger, and pinky were all closed together. His right hand moved forward like a stabbing sword and then straightened. He pointed at Wei Yu from the side. Suddenly, there was a sharp howl. Because the distance was too close, Wei Yu could not tell if he first heard the howl or saw the dot of cold light. In short, when he used all his power and still wanted to charge forward. Clang, clang, clang. 3 sounds. For the first time, he was within 5 steps of the enemy. But there was only a sword hilt left in his hand. He held the bare sword hilt and was only 4 steps away from the enemy. But he froze here. These 4 steps he would never be able to cross, because Wei Yu's posture was too determined, and his advancing presence was too vicious. So the way he froze and held out the sword hilt seemed comical and ironic. But no one laughed. Even his opponent, the man called forward, did not have any intention of mocking. Clang, clang. Perhaps it was because the entire street was too quiet. The sound of the 3 pieces of the sword falling to the ground was so crisp. People seemed to have just woken up. The famous sword in Wei Yu's hand had been cut into 4 pieces on his path, and Wei Yu also seemed to have woken up from a dream. He held the sword hilt and looked forward. He could no longer see the flying sword, but he asked, "What's the name of this sword?" The sharpness in Forward's eyes had disappeared. He seemed to have turned back into that slovenly, down-and-out guy, staring at the world with a pair of dead fish eyes. Except, it was only when he mentioned these 4 words that he raised his chin slightly with a hint of unspeakable pride. "Dragonlight shooting doe," he said. Wei Yu turned the sword hilt around and held it in his hand. He cupped his hands and bowed. "I'm inferior to you. I admit defeat. I won't dare to call myself invincible in the future." There was no reason, no excuse. Winning or losing had always been such a simple matter. For Wei Yu, he had lost the halo of being the world's #1 soaring dragon today. His reputation had been taken away, and his sword had been broken. The bitter fruit of this failure could not be said to be not painful. However, as the winner of this battle, Forward had no awareness that his reputation would be spread far and wide. His dead fish face was dejected, and there was no sign of excitement. He only said goodbye. Then he turned around and walked into the distance alone. Wei Yu's words did not cause any ripples in his heart. Perhaps to Wei Yu himself, "I don't dare to call myself invincible," was a great recognition. But to him, Wei Yu should not be called invincible. That person was no longer around. Who could be called invincible? As for the so-called prestige of surpassing the Qin Kingdom's #1 soaring dragon, it was just so. He could have come quietly and left quietly, just like he had done most of the time along the way. As long as he won or lost, he did not care about the reputation of winning or losing. It was Wei Yu's own pride that made him unwilling to leave a way out for himself. As for Forward, from the beginning to the end, he was just as he said. On this trip, he did not want to hurt others' faces or steal their reputation. He only wanted to ask for the sword. Chapter 1090. The inheritor of the ancient flying sword technique appeared in Xianyang City and defeated Wei Yu. This news shocked many Qin people. In many people's eyes, this person defeating Wei Yu at the same level meant that he was waiting for a good price. Learn both civil and martial arts and become part of the royal family. This person became famous in the world. Maybe some important person would place a bet on him, and from then on, he would have a place in the great Qin Empire. There were some people who were willing to come into contact with this person and find out his background. In Xianyang City, such a small ripple had appeared. However, Fang Chong, who fought with him, had already slowly left Xianyang City. He did not care. Following the Wei River, he walked further west. The Wei River nurtured countless Qin people. However, the footsteps of the normal people stopped at the Wu Pass. This majestic city that spanned the Wei River helped the Qin people block off the danger from the northwest. Only the true valiant Qin people, the brave warriors, could head to the Wu Pass. For the Qin people, to be able to guard the Wu Pass was a kind of glory. For Fang Chong, there might be stronger cultivators of the same level at the Wu Pass who could test his sword. The famous Wei Yu was indeed unable to make him use his full strength. It was a bit regretful. Maybe Jiang Qingyang, who defeated Wang Yiwu and Shuk Linzi, could. Unfortunately, after that battle, that person surnamed Jiang was already in the inner palace. As for fighting against Jiang Wang, no one in the world dared to be so arrogant. Following the Wei River, he walked towards the northwest. The great river roiled, and the mist was vast. Even with one's eyesight, one could only see the distant horizon. Who was the Wei River flowing towards? And who was the majestic Wu Pass guarding for? This scene really made one feel a sense of heroism. However, the person walking beside the Wei River, he walked forward slowly, his eyes like a dead fish. No matter how one looked at him, he was listless. The ink stain on a painting, the rat poop in a pot of porridge, it was more or less like that. It really ruined the atmosphere. If this person was a laborer, he would have been whipped to death several times by the military supervisor. However, Fang Chong did not care how others looked at him. He did not even have any opinions about himself. People insult me, curse me, slander me, hate me. What can I do? You are all right. In short, Q-sword. That was the only thing that mattered. He went in the same direction as the Wei River and coexisted with the mountains and rivers of this world. But the only thing that traveled with him was a flying sword. Just like now, the Wei River continued to move forward. However, he stopped in his tracks. He stood on this side of the Wei River and looked to the other side with his dead fish eyes. At the same time, the sun shone with golden light, rippling waves of light. A man dressed in simple black martial attire came from the other side of the Wei River. He came riding on the waves. The first impression she got from him was that he was tough. If he was not moving, he would look like a rock in the Wei River. Wherever he went, he would break the waves and cut off the surging waves. The torrential river could only go around him. However, he did not give way to anyone, nor did he avoid anyone. Step by step, he walked across the Wei River and arrived in front of Fang Qiu. "Ancient flying sword, forward," he asked. Xiang Qian stood still and looked at him listlessly. "What's the matter?" "I am Qin Jizhen," the black-clothed man said. He had an unswerving face and a medium build. What was eye-catching was his fist. It was hard, flat, and almost flattened. Like him, there was no sharpness. However, it gave people the feeling that it was indestructible and unshakable. His aura was very strong. His name was also widely known. The intermansion level cultivator of the Qin state participating in the Yellow River meeting was Qin Jizhen. This was the person who was qualified to compete for the title of the strongest intermansion level cultivator in the world. He was also a popular figure in the Qin state. However, Fang Qiu still looked at him calmly and repeated, "What's the matter?" Qin Jizhen said slowly, "I am Wei Yu's friend." He did not speak quickly, as if he had thought about what to say and which word to say. Therefore, it would not change. "Oh," Fang Qiu said, "stand up for your friend?" Qin Jizhen said, "You broke his sword and took his name. As his friend, I should come for an explanation." There were many things that Fang Qiu could explain. For example, it was not that he had to take the name, but that Wei Yu wanted a public battle. For example, during the battle, swords and knives had no eyes. At most, they would not kill Wei Yu. It was impossible to show mercy to Wei Yu's sword. However, in the final analysis, it was indeed he who took the initiative to challenge. To talk about these reasons, to talk about right and wrong, it was really too troublesome. Fang Qiu was most afraid of trouble. Therefore, he only said, "So, what explanation do you want?" "It's very simple." Qin Jizhen said, "I will treat you the same way you treated Wei Yu. However, your cultivation is not enough now. I, Qin Jizhen, will not bully you. Today, I have come to make an agreement with you. After you reach the intermansion level, you will come and fight with me." His speech was still not fast, but it was firm, and very weighty. "When the time comes, I will take your name, I will break your sword." As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper with an old aura. At the top of this piece of paper, there were 3 large Qin characters, military order. Especially that order character, which was printed on it, had a solemn feeling. Looking down, there was a large blank space on the entire military order. Only on the left side, there was a fist print. It should be Qin Jizhen's fist, no doubt. And the blank space on the right side was obviously reserved for Xiang Qing. Xiang Qing was Wei Yu, who had challenged him at the same level. Qin Jizhen also wanted to challenge Xiang Qing at the same level for the sake of fairness. This military order was to prevent Fang Chong from evading the battle. Xiang Qing expressionlessly glanced at this military order. "Actually, you don't need to say it. After I reach the intermansion, I will come again to see the heroes of Qin." He raised his eyelids. "However, if you want to fight, why wait until later?" At this moment, his originally lifeless dead fish eyes exploded with a sharp light. At the same time, in the 5-mansion sea that no one could see, a flowing light suddenly streaked across, directly crashing into the boundless fog of obscurity. In the next moment, millions of sword rays pierced through the fog. Millions of cold lights broke through the obscurity. Thus, the obscurity that shrouded the sky above the 5-mansion sea was cut into pieces and washed away. And the millions of cold lights gathered again, transforming into a small and exquisite flying sword that flicked in the air. Rumble. The first inner mansion showed signs of opening. The sword knocked on the inner mansion door. He actually broke through the obscurity at the last moment by the way River opened the inner mansion and leapt to the same realm as Qin Jijun to fulfill the other's promise of a battle. Qin Jijun, who was as steady as a rock, couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. This successor of Gu Feijian had challenged all the way. Clearly, he didn't plan to break through now. Looking at his path, he probably still wanted to go to Wu Guan to ask the sword of the same realm. And Qin Jijun had enough confidence that after this person leapt to the inner mansion in a perfect state, he could still defeat this person. In the same way, he wanted an explanation for Wei Yu. Only, he didn't expect that this seemingly lazy person who didn't care about anything. When he became sharp, he really was sharp. There was a moment of silence. Qin Jijun said, "I am not one to bully others. I was willing to wait a few years for you. Why do you have to do this?" Xiang Qing said with a rare seriousness. Someone walked up step by step from the abyss of despair, all the way forward. That kind of light shone on me. He made a gesture of invitation to Qin Jijun. And I don't want to retreat anymore. That you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.